Good morning. I don't know what happened with the last stream. It all of a sudden cut out. So I've set up this new one so that we can watch here. I just don't know what happened there. Excuse me. I'm sorry about that. Right, I'll go ahead and start playing anyway.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everybody be seated, please. What you see, just a second, Mr. Babun, make just a comment. I know we need to swear you. Good morning. Thank y'all for being back here this morning. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. Anybody experienced any problems that we need to discuss with you? Anybody? No? All right. If you'd place the clerk and be sworn, please.
Sir, I'm just going about giving space for truth, real truth, and nothing but truth and the word.
Thank you. Have a seat, please, sir. Slide up the microphone. You may proceed.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Thomas Balboni. That's spelled B-A-L-B-O-N-I.
How are you employed, Mr. Balboni?
I'm employed in the Criminal Investigation Unit for the Office of the State Attorney in and for the Second Judicial Circuit of Florida.
How long have you been so employed?
Over 20 years now.
And what are your duties at the State Attorney's Office?
I provide investigative and logistic support to the Assistant State Attorneys in a variety of ways.
All right, and does that include fingerprint comparisons?
It does.
Could you tell the jury what your training and experience is in the area of fingerprint examination and comparison?
I got involved in the fingerprint sciences when I attended the FBI Academy's Science of Fingerprints course. I successfully completed that course. Have since then taken numerous other both basic and advanced fingerprint examination courses presented by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Crime Scene Institute of Florida, as well as the International Association for Identification, of which I'm an associate member under the discipline of fingerprints examiners.
And how many times have you conducted fingerprint analysis and comparison?
Thousands.
All right, and have you ever testified as an expert in the area of fingerprint analysis and comparison?
Yes.
How many times?
Prior to today, 320 times.
Judge, at this time, I tender Mr. Balboni as an expert in the area of fingerprint analysis and comparison.
Any word out?
None for Mr. Garcia.
Magbanua.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Did you have an opportunity to conduct a fingerprint analysis and comparison in this case that we're here about today?
I did.
All right, I want to approach you with what's been introduced in the evidence as 78. Do you recognize State 78?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
In the lower right-hand corner of this document has my personal notation written in blue ink indicating this was the specific document that I had conducted a comparison on.
And what type of document is that?
This is a uniform Florida pawnbrokers transaction form.
And who purports to be pawning the item in this exhibit?
It's listed as Sigfredo Garcia.
All right, and there's a thumbprint present on the pawn ticket?
There is.
All right, and did you have something to compare the thumbprint on the pawn ticket with?
I did.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 79. Do you recognize State 79?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is a standard pre-printed applicant fingerprint form. It bears it's personal notations all over. It has my signature, my printed name, my deed, the date these prints were obtained, the individual's name whose fingerprints appear on, the location that I obtained these fingerprints, as well as the demographic information of the individual whose prints are here on.
So you actually took the fingerprints contained in State 79 from the individual?
I did.
All right, and does the exhibit appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected the print?
It does.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move the evidence State 79.
Any objection?
None for Mr. Garcia. No objection.
79 will be admitted.
Mr. Balboni, from whom did you collect the fingerprints in State's Exhibit 79?
Sigfredo Garcia.
And do you see that person present in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
It's an individual with a blue shirt sitting to the right of defense counsel with glasses.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant, Mr. Garcia. Now, Mr. Balboni, once you collected the fingerprints from Mr. Garcia, did you make a comparison between his known fingerprints that you collected and the one present on the pawn?
I did.
Could you tell us about that process?
I conducted what's referred to as a side-by-side comparison. In this instance, since I had two paper documents, merely determined, first of all, which digit appeared on the one bearing a single document. The document is actually listed as the right thumbprint of the individual who conducted the pawn transaction. Under magnification with appropriate lighting, I did a comparison for the purpose of determining whether or not that fingerprint matched the fingerprints that I had obtained from Mr. Garcia.
And is it true that fingerprints are unique to each individual person?
Yes, that is one of the premises of fingerprints, that no two individuals are known to have ever had identical fingerprints.
And what was the result of your analysis of the comparison between the print you collected for Mr. Garcia and the one on the pawn ticket?
It was my determination the fingerprint on the pawn ticket matched the number one digit or the right thumbprint of the individual whose fingerprints I obtained.
All right, and if you could just remind us what the phone number is that's present for Mr. Garcia on the pawn ticket.
The phone number?
Yes, sir.
It's area code 786-372-5986.
No further questions.
Cross.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm good, thank you.
So Government's Exhibit 78, may I approach, Judge?
You mind?
Mr. Balboni, with regards to this document, which is already in evidence, this is you were able to obtain a fingerprint on the bottom right-hand corner of this pawnbroker transaction form. Is that correct?
Well, the fingerprint was already on the document.
I apologize. You were able to utilize the fingerprint that was already on the document to be able to compare it to the print that you took of my client, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the government went and asked you what the phone number was on this pawnbroker sheet, on this pawnbroker transaction form. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And you want to read that back into the record?
Area code 786-372-5986.
Now, why don't we also go ahead and read into the record? I apologize. Let me ask this question first. Are you familiar with the facts of the homicide investigation in this case?
Not entirely.
Are you aware that the homicide took place in
But
July?
I don't go back to the podium. Just thinking that you can leave the document with him if you want him to refer to it.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Investigator Balboni, would it sound about right, based on your knowledge, and if you don't know, that's fine to say you don't know, that the homicide in this case took place in mid-July of 2014? Is that correct?
I'm not aware of the date of this case.
Would you go ahead and read to the members of the jury the date of the pawnbroker transaction form? It's in the top corner. It's in the top portion of it, sir.
Transaction date is 10/15 of 2013.
So that's October 15th, 2013.
Correct.
And the location of this pawnbroker shop, do you know where that is?
It's listed on here as 1823 Northwest 79th Street in Miami, Florida.
Did you have an occasion to travel to the actual pawnbroker location?
I did not.
Did you contact the pawnbroker location to see if they had surveillance video that memorialized the actions that transpired on, what was the date again, sir?
10/15 of 2013.
On 10/15 of 2013.
I did not.
Are you aware of what the rules and regulations are within the state of Florida that require pawnbrokers to keep surveillance video?
I am not.
Are you aware whether or not Sigfredo Garcia was accompanied by anybody during this transaction?
I am not aware of that.
How long did you indicate that you'd been a crime scene analyst, sir?
Over 20 years. Over 20.
The limited portion of your investigation was with regards to verifying this fingerprint from the pawnbroker slip and the prints that you were able to obtain from my client?
That's correct.
No other investigation?
Let's go sidebar, please. I'm sorry.
May I approach judge to get the document?
You may.
During your investigation, did you inquire from this same pawnbroker if there were additional forms from that were filled out related to Sigfredo Garcia?
I did not.
During this investigation, did you inquire to see if there are any pawnbroker transaction forms filled out by Luis Rivera?
I did not.
And would it be safe to say that you were conducting your investigation at the direction of the state attorney, correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Magbanua.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
State's Exhibit 78. You were given a fingerprint of Sigfredo Garcia, right?
I obtained the fingerprints from Mr. Garcia. I personally obtained not on that document, but the other document that was provided to me in a sealed envelope.
So what was provided to you had Sigfredo Garcia's fingerprint?
It has a single fingerprint on the lower right-hand corner of the form that was compared to the known prints of Mr. Garcia, and I determined that in fact was the right thumbprint of Mr. Garcia on the pawn form.
No fingerprints for Katherine Magbanua, right?
That's correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any juror have a question of this witness? Write your question down, please. We'll go sidebar.
I love it that the jurors can ask questions. Does anybody else enjoy that?
So when did you take Mr. Garcia's fingerprints?
I've noted that on the actual document, and it was on 6/18 of 2019.
And how long can a fingerprint last on a piece of paper and remain identifiable?
Indefinitely.
Any follow-up, Ms. Kaplan?
No, sir.
Garcia?
Give me just 1 second, Judge. Nothing further from Mr. Garcia, Judge.
Magbanua?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Call your next witness, please.
Judge, the state calls Len Harvey.
And this is a recall, is it not?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Denise, Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, come on up here, please, sir. And you remain under oath, Mr. Harvey?
Yes, sir.
And just so the record's clear, would you state your name again, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Len H. Harvey.
And Mr. Harvey, can you remind us how you are employed?
I'm the director at Premier Health and Fitness Center.
All right, thank you. Last week when you testified, we introduced State's Exhibit 124, which contained some clips from the original surveillance footage collected there from Premier Gym where you're employed. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there were some questions about the clips that were taken. Have you had an opportunity to review a thumb drive, which I've marked as State's Exhibit 177?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that thumb drive contain fair and accurate original surveillance footage from which the clips in States 124 were taken?
Yes, ma'am.
And no clipping or circling has been done on the footage in States Exhibit 177?
No, ma'am.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move an evidence States 177.
And so I'm clear, this is what 124 is a smaller subset of 120 of this document.
Correct.
Okay. Any objection?
Your Honor, I just want clarification. Is this a new piece of evidence, or this is something that's been, that you've edited for today's presentation? I don't understand exactly what.
Let's go sidebar.
I would have thought that.
States Exhibit 177 will be admitted.
And Mr. Harvey, just to clarify, this exhibit, it's a thumb drive. It contains all of the original footage relating to the events that we're here about today.
Yes, ma'am.
So no editing. You can watch all the cameras all the way through the entire time Mr. Markel is in the gym if you want to.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Judge, at this time, I'd ask to publish just a small portion so the jury can compare what they saw yesterday, last week in States 124 to States Exhibit 177.
You mind? While she's doing that, Mr. Harvey, how long would the whole thing be? Do you have an idea?
Several hours.
With this stream, I just let it keep continuing so that I'm not talking all the time and you can actually watch the trial without me interrupting. So it's not that I'm not here, I am here. Thank you for taking the time to watch as well. I really appreciate it.
All right, so Mr. Harvey, that was just an example, but all of the different camera angles which were previously shown in State's Exhibit 124 are also present on 177?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, no further questions.
Fraught.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
You've reviewed every single clip and every single piece of footage on the surveillance. Is that correct?
I've looked at the majority of that.
Okay. And when you say majority of it, does that mean that you looked at half of it, 75% of it?
I'd say probably 75% of that.
And would it be a fair statement that the reason you haven't looked at all of it is because some portions of it are not relevant with regards to where we knew the locations of the suspect vehicle, Mr. Markel's vehicle?
Yeah, there were some that just showed, some of the cameras that just showed trees, for example.
Yes, sir.
Was not good footage, so I didn't review all of that.
Do you recall there's a portion of the video at the inception where the Prius, if this is where Mr. Markel is parked, the Prius drives up and out of camera range? Do you recall that?
I don't.
You don't. Do you recall there's a portion of it where the Prius drives back down and parks somewhat close to Mr. Markel's car? Do you recall that?
I don't.
You don't. In the footage that you saw, if the Prius was to take a left and drive up in the parking lot, will you agree with me that there's a portion of the parking lot that surveillance cameras do not see?
I would agree with that.
Can you describe to the members of the jury what's around that area?
The area that you cannot see?
Yes, sir.
There's certain portions of the middle of where you come in. Our building faces west.
Yes, sir.
So there's certain portions of the middle there that you cannot see due to trees. And on the north side of the building, there are some trees there that you cannot see portions of the parking lot.
Would it be correct or incorrect to say that the areas that are out of view of the surveillance cameras don't have, well, let me ask it this way. Are there other businesses or public roadways or private roadways that are in the area of what's not captured by the surveillance videos?
Yes.
Okay. It's not like a secluded private area that no one can see, correct?
No, it has trees around the perimeter of our property. So you can see fairly well.
It appears based on the surveillance that we have that in the morning time, there seems to be a substantial amount of customer traffic at your gym. Would that be a fair statement, sir?
That is, yes.
And would it also be a fair statement to say that it appeared that a good portion of the parking spaces were taken?
Yes.
And would it also be a fair statement to say that given the fact that this is a fluid business, people are constantly coming in and going out? Would that be a fair statement, sir?
Yes.
In your review of the surveillance videos, at any point, did you see a person exit the Prius to urinate?
Not that I recall.
Would that be something that is that something that would have drawn your attention?
Possibly.
Well, so the reason why I'm asking is because the Prius is the target vehicle of a criminal investigation, correct?
That's correct.
And that investigation, it's not a trespass or a DUI, it's a homicide investigation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you'll agree with me that being able to locate the appropriate suspects is obviously the goal of law enforcement and any good law-abiding citizen, correct?
I would think so. That's not really where my expertise is, but
Correct.
I would think so.
And so you'll also agree with me that if there is any kind of evidence showing one of the suspects exiting the Prius and urinating in your parking lot, that is something that would have been, that's something that you would have noticed, correct?
Yes,
And just to clarify, did you see this in any of the footage that you've observed?
not that I recall.
And you'll agree with me that if that is something that you saw, that is something that you would have recalled, correct?
Yes,
And you would have obviously pointed that out to law enforcement as well, correct?
yes, but at that time, I wasn't sure what we were looking for
I understand that.
when we reviewed that. So,
But just to clarify, no video evidence whatsoever of anybody. Well, let's not just say anybody. My client, Sigfredo Garcia, exiting the silver Prius and urinating in your parking lot, correct?
not that I recall.
If I may just a minute, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you for your answers. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Magbanua,
No questions from Mr. Harvey, Your Honor. Thank you.
redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Any jurors have a question of this witness? All right, write your question down, please. We'll go side by side. I think you've done it to some extent, Mr. Harvey, but would you kind of just describe the layout of your business and what's around it and talk to them? I know I'm the one asking the
Okay.
questions.
All right. Our building is 3521 Clay Boulevard. It's a 55,000 square foot facility that sits on 9.5 acres. Our building faces the west, and we have what we consider to be a south parking lot, which would be as you walked out of the building to the left, and the west parking lot, and then a north parking lot. And behind our facility, we have employee parking. What else?
And on the video that you put in, and that was put in evidence, number 177, are the different cameras labeled in the video?
Yes, sir.
And how would they be labeled so they could know what you're talking
I
about?
believe on the footage, it's camera 1, 2, 3. We have 16 cameras. And I believe on the bottom of the video, it's labeled south parking lot, west parking lot, maybe northwest parking lot, it seems like, but then north parking lot.
Okay, thanks, sir. Any follow-up, Ms. Kaplan?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up from Garcia?
Briefly, Judge. Sir, so you have 16 cameras,
Yes,
and are they being monitored real time?
yes. They're actually in my office is where they're at. And there's a screen with all 16 up right there.
So if you see some sort of illegal activity or an accident or a disturbance, do you have a security team?
No, not really.
Do you have somebody that will potentially drive around the parking lot?
No, we have a facilities manager who actually oversees our outdoor and indoor equipment property for the most part.
Do they have do they wear any special uniform or anything?
Yeah, we do, but they're not security type uniforms. But
They're
we
employee
are-
uniforms?
Yes.
And does this person drive around outside in like a special vehicle or a shopping cart or anything like that?
No, they walk.
They walk around?
Yeah.
And so if you see a disturbance on one of the cameras, you could say, go to area where camera 6 is or something of that nature, sir?
Exactly.
Thank you.
McBown.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Kaplan, any further?
No, sir.
All right, you can step down, Mr. Harvey.
Yes, sir.
We'll try excusing you again. So, we think we're through with Mr. Harvey.
Yes, sir.
Anybody need him?
No, Your Honor.
We'll excuse you again. All
Thank
right, call your next witness, please.
Officer Bill Braman.
Subject to my prior ruling. And if you would face the clerk and be sworn, please, sir.
I do.
Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your last name.
I'm Officer Brannon, Brannon, number 510 with the Tallahassee Police Department.
How long have you been with TPD?
Been with the Tallahassee Police Department for 20 years, and I was with FSU PD for a couple years prior to that.
Right. Do you remember responding to a crime scene on July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that located on Trescott Drive?
Yes.
Who was there when you arrived?
The paramedics were already there, and Sergeant Sims and Investigator Bradshaw.
What time did you arrive?
Approximately 11:15 a.m.
And what was your role there on the scene?
I ended up writing the initial report.
Okay. Did you also participate in clearing the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And during your clearing of the residence, did you see any evidence of a struggle or a robbery attempt?
When I was approaching the scene, which was in the garage of the residence, the paramedics were taking the victim out of the car. I saw bandaging around his head, blood on the victim, a little bit on the ground, a little bit on the car, some shattered glass, and I also noticed a half a pair of glasses laying on the ground just outside of the driver's door.
Okay, but inside the residence, any indication of forced entry or robbery?
No.
Did you also assist with setting up a crime scene perimeter?
I can't remember if I actually assisted with setting it up, but I definitely was guarding the north end at one point.
All right, what is a crime scene perimeter?
Basically cording off an aerial crime scene tape and making sure no citizens come in the crime scene area.
And where was the crime scene tape set up that you assisted with holding?
Approximately a few houses north of the victim's residence on Trescott.
And would that be toward Centerville Road or the other direction?
Well, if you go on way around Centerville, Trescott, it would eventually hit Centerville.
That would be between the crime scene and Centerville Road?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were just passing by Trescott Road on Centerville Road, would you have been able to observe the crime scene tape?
From Centerville Road?
Yes, sir.
No.
Why not?
There's a considerable distance between there, and it also kind of curves around.
Okay. During the time that you were holding the perimeter, that just means sitting there and making sure nobody comes through the tape, correct?
Yes.
All right. During the time that you were doing that, did you see a particular vehicle of interest pull up?
Yes, mid to late 2000 Honda Odyssey van.
I'm going to show what the state of the 19. Is the vehicle pictured in State's Exhibit 19 consistent with the vehicle that you saw approach the crime scene tape that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And the vehicle that approached the crime scene tape would have had to turn onto Trescott and come a considerable distance down Trescott to get to the crime scene tape where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is this vehicle similar in make, model, and color as the one that you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did this vehicle attract your attention that day?
I'd already heard word from other officers that
Sustained.
All right. Do you drive a vehicle of a similar make and model to this vehicle?
yes, my wife primarily drives a 2006 Honda Odyssey.
Were you able to see the driver of the vehicle?
I was pretty sure it was a female, but I couldn't say conclusively.
What about hair color or style?
No,
Tag number of the vehicle?
no, I didn't catch the tag number either.
All right. And about what time did you observe this vehicle approach the scene?
It was right around noon.
And could you describe how the vehicle, what happened once it pulled up?
Just came up and made a 3-point turn and turned around and left the area.
All right, and did it do so? I'm assuming other vehicles probably did the same thing during that time frame you were holding the perimeter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because there was no ingress or egress down Trescott past that point, correct?
No.
All right, and the vehicle, did this vehicle turn around in any different fashion from the other ones that you observed turning around?
There seemed to be a little less hesitation compared to other vehicles.
What do you mean by that?
Overruled.
Can you describe what you mean by that?
Average citizens would be pulling up and there's that kind of pause where I guess they're formulating a new plan, like, oh, I can't go the way I was planning on going. And then, they kind of sit there for a second and then they'll eventually turn around and go. The way I remember it, this van, just came right up, made the 3-point turn and left. Nothing crazy. It wasn't squealing tires or anything crazy like that, though.
Okay. Would the view that this driver of the van that approached the tape have had, would that driver have had a clear view of Mr. Markel's driveway?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Should have been.
And would the person driving the van have been able to observe at the time that that person pulled up that there were emergency vehicles present in the driveway of Dan Markel?
It should be evident. There's plenty of emergency response vehicles and stuff on scene. Okay. We're only, like I said, approximately a few houses down.
What emergency vehicles were present at the scene at the time that vehicle pulled up?
There was probably approximately 4 or 5 patrol cars, the marked patrol cars, at least one of the crime scene vehicles, which is also marked with police on it, and then some of the investigators.
Okay. And your vehicle, was that a marked patrol vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you seated inside the vehicle or were you standing outside the vehicle?
I was seated inside.
Okay. And did this person in the van get out or attempt to interact with you at all or ask you anything?
No, ma'am.
And would your vehicle have been readily visible to the person in the van?
Yes, I had the emergency lights activated also.
No further questions.
Cross.
Yes, Judge. Officer Brandon, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So, just so I'm clear spatially, how far from the incident location were you parked with your patrol car with the lights activated?
Approximately a few houses.
From where you're sitting, would it be past where the wall is, sir?
That's reasonable.
Okay. How much farther past the wall would it be?
That's hard to say. Maybe 2 to 3 times the distance from me to this wall.
Awful question. Let me ask probably a better question as a law enforcement officer. Can you give me a feet distance, about roughly how many feet it was from where the scene was to where you were parked?
200 to 300 feet, maybe.
And just so I understand, your car was blocking off traffic that would have gone down Trescott. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And just to help me out here, sir, what street would vehicles be traveling down that would run into? Would they be traveling down Trescott, or would it was another street?
No, on Trescott.
On Trescott. And so when vehicles would come, they would have to make a 3-point turn to turn around?
Yes, sir.
Because it's a somewhat narrow road. Is that a fair assessment? Just one way for both locations?
Yeah, an average residential.
An average residential, going one lane for north and one lane for south or east or west, however it breaks down?
Yes, sir.
And how long were you parked at that location? How long were you seated inside your vehicle?
I can't recall that.
You said on direct examination you got there around 11:15. Is that about correct, sir?
Somewhere right around there.
How long did it take for you to move to that location where you were parked?
Maybe a half hour to 45 minutes, because there's some things I did in between.
Understandable, I'm not holding you to it. So about 30, 45 minutes, and then you go, and then you kind of block off traffic coming down Trescott, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked by any of the investigators to provide a log of any vehicles that were attempting to come down Trescott?
Not a log of vehicles coming now.
And by that, I mean, like, nobody asked you to observe which cars were coming and turning around, right?
Not specifically which cars were coming and turning around now.
Did you have a notepad with you in your vehicle?
I always have one with me.
Did you take notes of which vehicles came down Trescott and turned around?
Only the one that was of concern.
Okay, and you took a specific note with regards to this vehicle?
It's in the report, sir.
And what did you write?
Basically that I'd seen a vehicle matching that of the description known to be driven by the ex-wife.
So you knew, when were you told the description of the vehicle known to be let me rephrase that. Sorry, I'm all over the place. So you knew going in what Miss Adelson's car looked like?
At some point after arrival, I was made aware of
What her vehicle looked like?
Yes, sir.
And this is before you got in your car and you posted up and did your job to create a perimeter, correct?
It may have been right beforehand or while I was sitting there. That I can't recall. It's been a few years.
Understandable. Once you saw the vehicle that you believe matched her vehicle, did you get on your radio and say, hey, somebody go ahead and pull Miss Adelson over?
No.
At that point, did you know that she was an ex-wife?
From what I'd been told on scene, it appeared that there was a separation or split or something. I couldn't have stated that conclusively at that point, though.
So you get there around 11:15. You'll agree with me. That's pretty close in time to when the shooting occurred, correct? Or at least when the first 911 call went out, correct, sir?
Fairly, yes.
And were you there before EMS or after EMS got there?
EMS was already on scene.
They must have just gotten there, right?
I'm not sure exactly when they got there because, like I said, when I was walking up the driveway, they were already pulling Mr. Markel out of the vehicle.
And between that time and the 30 or 45 minutes, somebody associated with law enforcement told you that the decedent was separated from his former wife?
The first person to tell me that they believe they were separated was the neighbor who had called 911.
Mr. Geiger?
Yes, sir.
So you interviewed Mr. Geiger?
Yes, sir.
In addition to telling you that they were going through a divorce, did he comment on the Prius or the vehicle that he says that he saw leaving the scene?
Yes.
Would it be a fair statement to say that he told you that that vehicle left at a high rate of speed?
Yes.
And that's actually something that you provided and prepared in your report, that same exact language, correct?
Yes, sir.
Something to that effect.
Something to that effect.
The car, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead and finish, sir.
Just that it left in an expeditious manner, seemed to be leaving quickly, something of that nature.
So not that it drove slowly out of the parking lot and eased its way down the road, that it was moving, right?
That's what I gathered from Mr. Geiger's statement.
Obviously, Mr. Geiger wasn't able to identify how many people were in the vehicle, correct?
No.
I'm sure that's something you asked him.
Yes, sir.
Was there a reason? Well, let me ask it this way. If you're told that the decedent's gone through a separation and you see a vehicle that matches the description of his ex-wife, Ms. Adelson, which you did, correct?
Yes.
Was there a reason why you guys didn't try to pull her over, at least to kind of inform her as to what's going on, at least to see if that's the right car?
I wasn't aware of a reason to affect a traffic stop at that point, and I'm stuck on the perimeter. I can't leave that point.
You have the ability to get on your radio, correct?
Yes.
And there's other law enforcement officers, I assume. You said there's 4 cars at the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay, there's a crime scene van there.
Yes.
There'd be no lack of law enforcement to be able to assist you to pull this vehicle over and inform this woman that her ex-husband had been shot twice in the face, correct?
As far as what I knew at that point, we didn't have a reason to stop her. I was just told, be on the lookout for the vehicle. And I had notified the investigator that I'd seen a vehicle matching. And, that was all I can tell you about that part of it. They told us to keep an eye out. I saw a vehicle that matched it, and I just let them know that I did see a vehicle that looked like it.
Well, I mean, but you understand my question, right? Because
yes,
your testimony, officer, is that it appeared that this van, which had a clear view of her ex-husband's house, right?
Yes.
Because your testimony is assuming to this jury that it was Wendy Adelson that was driving that car, right?
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
Your testimony, what you're suggesting to these jurors, is that may have been Wendy Adelson in that maroon color in this vehicle, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so your testimony was also that when the car came, the person didn't stop and ask you what's going on, right?
No.
The person didn't get out screaming, "Oh my God, that's my ex-husband's house," right?
No.
And you would agree with me that may be considered a normal response to seeing law enforcement and crime scene and EMS and somebody that you had a relationship with, that's their house, right?
Quite possibly.
So the normal response would have at least been to inquire, correct?
I can't say what her normal response was because I don't know what her role exactly was.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. The car in question didn't stop, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Didn't stop to inquire to you as to what's going on, right?
No, sir.
Didn't get out of the car?
No, sir.
Didn't ask you any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. And pretty smoothly made a 3-point turn and drove away, right?
Correct.
How strange. What was she doing there?
Thank you, Officer Brandon. I have no further questions.
Magbanua.
Yes, Your Honor. Very briefly. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Trescott Drive, you set up crime scene tape.
I'm not sure if I'm the one who actually set up the crime scene tape. I can't remember if that was me or somebody else that put it up.
Now, that tape isn't just used for locations where there's been a shooting. Use it for a car accident. Use it for an injured bicyclist. It's common tape that you guys use to secure an area, right?
If there's an investigation going on, not necessarily, not for just any traffic crash or anything like that.
Well, if you have a traffic crash and you need to protect an area because crime scene needs to come out, you would use that same tape, right?
Yes.
It's not specific to a shooting.
No.
It doesn't say there was a shooting.
No.
It just says crime scene. It's a yellow tape that we all know.
Yes, sir.
So in this situation, that tape is set up, I think you said a couple houses down.
Approximately three, maybe 4 houses down, approximately.
Whoever it was inside of this van, that tape wouldn't indicate to them what was going on at whatever house something is going on at, right?
No.
Could have been the elderly gentleman that lives next door, Mr. Geiger. He could have had medical complications, right?
Feasibly.
Just what I'm saying, there could have been any reason for what was going on and why the tape was up, right?
Yes. I would think that a reasonable person would think that it was something relatively serious going on with a number of vehicles there and all that kind of stuff, though.
But no indication exactly what was going on.
No, sir.
Let's talk about the vehicle now. Could have been anyone, right?
Yeah, I couldn't say who was driving it. It looked like a female, but I couldn't.
We'll get to that in a second. When you saw it and you later identified it in your report, correct me if I'm wrong, you said that it was a mid to late 2000s, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't say it was a dark red 2007. You couldn't make that identification from where you were on the scene.
I described it as a darker red, but the description of the year was mid to late 2000s.
All right. Could have been anyone in that van, right?
Yes.
Could have been anyone's van, right?
Yes.
May not have been that van.
Yeah, I can't say that that's the exact one. No, sir.
For all we know, could have been your wife.
Mine's gold, but
Same vehicle though.
same approximately year vehicle.
Let's talk about the vehicle and how it approached the scene and turned away. You have no way of knowing why the person smoothly turned away, right?
No, sir.
Could have been a calm day. They needed to get somewhere else, right?
Plausible.
Needed to get the kids to school, get to work, go to the bathroom. Could have been anything, right?
As far as I know.
Before you testified here today, you had conversations with the state attorney's office, right?
Yes.
They reviewed your testimony with you,
Yes.
prepared you,
What do you mean by prepared?
went over the questions that they'd be asking you.
No, she didn't really go over the question she'd be asking. Not
More
that
the
I recall.
topics. I cut you off.
I mean, not that I recall her asking me exactly what we'd be asking. I know we met and talked about, she was curious about where the perimeter was set up. A few things about it, but not specifically what was going to be asked.
Curious if you'd be able to testify that that could have been Wendy Adelson that approached the scene, right?
I don't recall her asking specifically about that.
Okay. You have the report that you wrote in front of you, right?
Yes.
You testified on direct examination that you could see that it was a woman inside of the vehicle, right?
In the deposition you're talking about?
On direct examination. Here today, you said that you saw that it was a woman in the vehicle, right?
I said I believed it was a woman. I couldn't say conclusively.
Please point out for me in your report where you said woman. Page 2.
I didn't say it in the report, but in the deposition with you a few years later, we discussed that, and I brought it up that I believed it was a woman, but I couldn't say conclusively.
You wrote that report right after you saw this van, right?
Around that same time frame.
And the point of those reports is to make sure that you accurately take down the information, correct?
Yes.
To help you later here testify and to help us better understand what's going on in the case, right?
Yes.
After you wrote that report, once the prosecution started, before that deposition, you started talking to these prosecutors, right?
Before this deposition?
Are you referencing something you have in front of you?
I'm referencing the deposition that I had with you a few years ago.
Let me do the chronology. You write the report right after you see what you see on the scene, right?
Yes.
The prosecution then begins. These prosecutors come onto the case. You begin talking to them. Then we have the deposition.
I don't remember having any contact with prosecutors between the time that I wrote the report and that time that I had the deposition with you.
So
I don't recall ever meeting with any of them during that time frame.
All right, but safe to assume you write a report right after the incident. You don't say woman, right?
No, sir.
Now you're here in front of a jury after meeting with these prosecutors, and now you're saying you saw a woman, right?
No, I'm telling you, like I told you just a second ago, sir, I said I believed it was a woman, but I still can't say that. It could have been a man with longer hair. I don't know. I believed it was a woman, but I still can't say that conclusively.
In your report, you wrote that you couldn't see the occupant, right?
I said it, yeah, I said I couldn't say anything conclusively about the occupants.
So apparently your memory gets better with time.
Don't know what to tell you.
Withdrawn,
sir.
you don't need to answer. Thank you.
Jury will disregard the question. It's not, Mr. DeCoste, that's inappropriate.
Yes, Your Honor.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay. Let me make a legal instruction to you. I don't have the exact writing in front of me. At the end of the case, I'll repeat this to you, and legal form. But essentially what the instruction says, and I now instruct you, is that no witness should be discredited for talking to the attorneys for either side. We encourage witnesses to talk to the attorneys for either side. They're free to do so, and you should not discredit their testimony for talking to attorney for either side. Further, Ms. Kaplan?
Officer Brannon, we talked about the emergency vehicles present in and around the driveway of Mr. Markel. Were there any emergency vehicles in Mr. Geiger's driveway?
I can't say for sure. I don't recall there being any, but
Were there any emergency vehicles in any of the driveways other than Mr. Markel's?
I don't believe so. I believe they were on the street.
All right, and I just want to clarify that when you observed the vehicle that you saw approach the crime scene tape, was it your responsibility for finding and interviewing Ms. Adelson, or was that the responsibility of some other officer?
Somebody else.
Okay, and you notified who you thought to be the correct person of what you had seen?
Yes.
And did you do that immediately?
It was right around that same time frame. I called him on the phone.
All right, no further questions.
All right, juror, have a question of this witness. All right, you can step down, sir. Do we need to keep him further? Anybody need him further? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said no question. All right, I'm sorry. We'll go sidebar. So from the jury, were you aware of the color of Miss Adelson's vehicle on the day of the incident?
Yes, sir.
And at what point in time had you been made aware of that?
I can't remember exactly. It was somewhere in the point between interviewing Mr. Geiger and the point that I had ended up on the perimeter. I can't remember exactly when I'd been notified of that, though.
So it was before you saw this van?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. Kaplan?
No, sir.
Garcia? Magbanua?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Officer. Just want to get the chronology down here. You're on scene, you see the van, you learn of the color of Miss Adelson's vehicle, right?
I'd already been aware of the color of her vehicle prior to seeing what I saw.
And then you write your report.
It was around the same time frame.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you write it early evening and you submit it early evening, right?
Probably earlier than evening.
If you want to take a look.
I mean, it doesn't have exactly what time I got done there or anything.
But it wasn't verified by your superior until early evening, right?
I can't tell you when they reviewed it.
You could take a look at the bottom right-hand corner of the report.
This, what I have, doesn't have that on there.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Further, Mr. Kaplan?
No, sir.
All right, you can step down. Anybody need him further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Let's take 15 minutes. We'll let the jury step out. Either side need anything?
I continue straight on with it if it doesn't go into breaks.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll take 15 minutes. Everybody be seated, please. Call your next witness, Ms. Kaplan.
State calls Jeffrey Lacasse.
If you'd face the clerk and be sworn, please, sir. Raise your right hand.
I do.
You may proceed.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your first and last name.
Yeah, I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, Jeffrey. Excuse me. Last name spelled Lacasse.
How are you employed, Mr. Lacasse?
I'm employed at Florida State University as an associate professor.
All right, what about back in 2014?
I was an assistant professor at Florida State
All
University.
right. And did you have a relationship with Wendy Adelson?
I did.
What type of relationship was that?
We started dating in the fall of 2013. She became my girlfriend around March of 2014.
Okay, and when did that relationship end?
July of 2014.
Okay. And when the breakup occurred, was there a big argument that occurred that precipitated the breakup?
We had a argument in late June. She went to South Florida for a couple of weeks, and when she came back, we tried to make things work, and it didn't really work. She sort of cut off contact.
All right. And during that argument, when she went to South Florida, was she in South Florida on July 1st?
I believe she
2014?
was. I dropped her off at her house on June 29th, I believe.
Okay. And during the course of your relationship with Ms. Adelson, did you ever meet her family?
I did.
Who did you meet?
I met her brother. We went to South Florida for alternative spring break, went to a Immokalee, and I had dinner with her brother. And I met her mother at her house just very briefly, maybe 10, 15 minutes at dinner. And when I would pick her up and the kids were there with the grandparents, I would have just a couple moments interaction with them. I didn't have a lot of contact.
Okay. And what about Katherine Magbanua? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
Yeah, I went to dinner with her. I believe it was on March 11th when we went over there to meet Charlie.
Okay. So who was present at that meal on March 11th? And that's 2014?
That's correct. It was myself, Wendy Adelson, Charlie, and Katie.
Charles Adelson
Charles
and
Adelson and Katherine Magbanua.
Thank you. What about Sigfredo Garcia? Did you ever have an occasion to meet him?
I did not. I've never met him.
Was Ms. Adelson very close to her parents and her brother Charlie?
Extremely close.
I want to ask you about June 4th, 2014. Do you recall an event that occurred that day that was unusual?
Yeah, I remember a couple of unusual occurrences on June 4th.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yeah, I had met Ms. Adelson at the Red Eye Coffee Shop in Midtown for a coffee about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We were going to talk about our relationship a little bit. And she canceled a trip we had planned to California to visit my parents, which was scheduled for July 11th to 17th.
All right. And was she acting strangely that night?
Yeah, that night, she was a nervous wreck to the point, I couldn't put my finger on why at the time, to the point where she lived kind of way up Centerville and there's no convenience stores or anything close. And I actually took about 35 minutes and drove to a convenience store to get her Pepto-Bismol because she was such a nervous wreck and had a real nervous stomach that evening.
Okay. And did she ever tell you what the problem was?
No, she's very non-specific about it.
All right. Were you aware during the course of your relationship with Ms. Adelson about her efforts to relocate to South Florida with the children?
I certainly was.
All right. And were you in her life when she learned that the court was not going to permit her to take the
No, our
children
first
to
date
South
was
Florida?
September 27th, 2013. So that was a topic of conversation on our first couple of dates, but it was in the past when we discussed it.
All right. And was Ms. Adelson happy about the fact that she was not able to relocate?
No, she was quite bitter about it, actually. It was, as I said, a topic that came up, that tone came up on those first 2 dates.
All right. Did she make any statements to you in reference to her brother considering options to take care of this problem with her not being able to relocate?
Yes, she did.
Sidebar.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lacoste, when we broke, we were talking about statements made to you by Wendy Adelson about her brother considering options to take care of her relocation problem. What, if any, statements did she tell you to that effect?
Yes, ma'am. On July 13th, 2014, Wendy and I were speaking, and she asked me if she could share something with me confidentially. I told her, sure. She mentioned, or she said that Charlie had explored all options to take care of the problem and that he had looked into having Professor Markel killed. It would cost about $15,000. I later talked to Investigator Isom and said that could have been $50,000. They sound an awful lot alike.
Okay, so you're not sure if she said 15 or 50.
That's right, but I'm confident she made that statement. I just can't remember the exact dollar amount. And she did state that was during the relocation battle the previous summer is when that had taken place.
All right. And the day that she made the statement to you was July 13th of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mrs. Adelson tell you anything about the celebration dinner? Anything about a celebration dinner?
Yes,
Could you tell us about that, please?
yes. A couple weeks after Professor Markel was murdered, we spoke on the phone, and she had mentioned that her and Charlie had gone to, these are her words, she said, Charlie and I went to what he described as a celebration dinner.
All right. And that was the dinner where she vomited?
That's right, that's correct.
And are you aware, Mr. Lacoste, that Ms. Adelson suggested you as a possible suspect in this homicide?
Yes, I am.
And where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was on the road to Tennessee. I originally had a trip planned for 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th, and I had, at the last moment, changed my trip to Thursday night. So
You left early.
I left early without telling anyone, other than the people at the destination. Miss Adelson was the only person I had told in Tallahassee about the time that I was leaving, which was 11 a.m. on the 18th. I had informed her about that in around June 10th.
All right. So originally it was going to be July 18th at 11 a.m. would be your departure.
Yes, ma'am.
And would you be flying or driving?
I was driving.
All right. And it changed to Thursday night. So you left the night before and were in Tennessee at the time of the homicide?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Cross.
Still morning. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
Pronounce your last name for me again.
Lacasse.
Lacaste. Okay. Just want to make sure I got it right. Mr. Lacaste. So Wendy Adelson knew you were leaving. Well, you told her you were leaving Friday morning.
Friday morning at 11, we had discussed it because we had some plans that got canceled. So we had discussed it in some detail, actually.
And your plan was to leave Tallahassee and to drive northbound.
Thomasville Road, eastbound. Yes, sir.
Sure. Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So your plan was to travel north of Tallahassee to Tennessee, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Wendy that, hey, listen, I'm going on this trip and I'm leaving Friday morning around 11 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall what time the actual shooting took place?
I believe it was right around 11 a.m.
The same exact time that you'd be leaving the area?
That's correct.
And although it was for a business trip, if people didn't know what your plans were, would you agree with me that it may look like you're leaving the scene if you're traveling outside of the jurisdiction?
That's what I was concerned about, that if I had taken my trip at the scheduled time, I would have looked like I was fleeing, because I would have been driving, I would have taken Capitol Circle to Thomasville and been very close to Professor Markel's house, actually.
And when did you find out that Ms. Adelson, Wendy Adelson, had suggested that you may be involved in this?
I suspected it from the police interrogations, but they didn't explicitly say that. Eventually, I was able to view her interrogation video.
And by her, you mean Wendy Adelson?
Yes, sir.
And by interrogation video, you mean interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because as you're aware, she has not been charged in this case, correct?
I'm aware of that. Yes, sir.
And obviously you haven't either.
Right.
Right. You've been cleared by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your relationship with Wendy Adelson. You started dating her, give me a time period.
September 27th, 2013 was our first date.
And how long would you say that your relationship with her lasted?
Well, there was different phases of it. In that fall semester, we weren't exclusive. It was more casual. It became more serious late February, early March. So as far as a serious, I'm your boyfriend, you're my girlfriend sort of thing, just March through July.
Okay. So you started casually dating in September of 2013, and it got more serious at the beginning of 2014, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And how did you meet Miss Adelson? How did you guys first have a date?
Yeah, through mutual friends.
Okay, so it wasn't like on a social media dating app or anything else?
No.
Okay. Were you aware if Miss Adelson was participating in online dating?
I think I knew that, well, I knew that she had dated online in the past. I did not know the time frame.
One of your concern, okay, so once you guys became exclusive, and by exclusive, I mean you called her your girlfriend and she called you her boyfriend, is that fair?
That's correct. And I was involved with the kids at that point and things like that.
And it got to the point where she introduced you to her family, right?
That's right.
And you indicated that there was a dinner where you met Charlie Adelson?
That's right.
Kind of a good-looking guy, right?
Sure.
Right. Works out?
Yes.
When you went on, when you had your double date, where it was you, Wendy Adelson, Charlie, and Miss Magbanua, did you see what kind of car Mr. Adelson pulled in?
I don't recall seeing his car in the parking lot. We then went to his house, so I saw his garage and got a look at some of the vehicles he owned, but not that at dinner.
What kind of vehicles does he have?
Ferrari is the one that stood out to me.
Do you remember the color of the Ferrari?
I don't.
Did you make any comments to Wendy about the Ferrari?
Well, Wendy used to talk about Charlie having a Ferrari. I mean,
Oh.
that was, she would say, my brother's a character. He has a Ferrari. He has an undercover cop car. He has I think a nice Benz in addition or some luxury car.
So she knew what a Ferrari was, right?
Sure. Well, sure.
So it's not like, she didn't say he's got a Porsche and you saw a Ferrari, right?
No, it was a Ferrari. And I actually remember discussing the cost of maintenance with Charlie. There were some downsides to having a Ferrari.
Yeah.
So,
It's tough. So pretty extensive car collection, right?
he had multiple cars. Yeah. I don't know exactly how many.
And did you learn what he did for a living?
Yeah, I knew he was a periodontist from speaking with Wendy.
And was that the only night you had direct contact with Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson?
That's the only contact I ever had with him that night.
Did he appear to have, did he appear to be intelligent?
He had, that's a difficult question. I just met him the one night. That's a big
I'll
judgment.
withdraw that. Let me ask a more important question. Was he socialized? Was he drinking that night?
I don't recall if he was drinking. He was holding forth. He was talking a lot. He was confident. That was my impression of him.
He was talking a lot?
Yes.
Did you ever see him go to the bathroom?
I don't recall.
Did you ever see him, was he perspiring more than a normal person would during dinner?
This is 5 years ago. I don't remember. We were outside and it was, not cool at that time of year, but yeah.
Okay, so you're outside in like an open area restaurant?
Yeah, we were at the Yardbird on the patio.
Okay, the Yardbird in South Beach?
Mhm.
Okay. Did you witness Charlie Adelson doing cocaine that night?
I did not. Did not.
So this is a guy who's in South Beach, right? Drives a Ferrari, right?
Yes,
What had Wendy previously described him as having a lot of girlfriends?
sure.
Handsome guy, probably could get attention of women.
I would presume so.
But your only face-to-face meeting was that dinner, correct?
Well, that dinner, and then we went back to his house and hung out in his hot tub for a little while, but that was it.
And during that time that you went to his house to hang up in the hot tub, did you see him ever go to the bathroom, or was he ever outside of your personal space?
Yeah, I think all of us were in and out of that hot tub at various points because we were sitting there a little while.
At any point did Charlie Adelson? Now, look, you're a law professor, correct?
Professor of social work, actually.
Correct. Okay. I'm sorry. You're a professor at the university, correct? I apologize, not law professor.
Yeah.
You're an educated person, correct?
Sure.
You'll agree with me that a layperson wouldn't solicit you to commit a murder, correct?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
I'll re-ask this. Did Charlie Adelson ask you to kill Dan Markel?
Did Charlie ask me?
Did he
kill him?
ask you?
No.
Of course not. And
Mr.
I apologize. I'll withdraw the of course not. And you'll agree with me that at no point did you give him any reason to believe that you would be someone that would do such a nefarious act, correct?
No.
When the prosecutor asked you about June 4th, 2014, you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you guys were at the Red Eye Coffee Shop, right?
That's correct.
And around what time was that?
I had a hair appointment at 2 or 3, so it was at 1 or 2.
And so in the early afternoon,
Could have been as early as 12:30, sir. I mean,
12:30.
Yeah.
Okay. So around 12:30 on June 4th, 2014, correct?
that's correct.
You indicated that she was and by she, I mean Wendy Adelson, that she was acting unusual.
That's
Would
correct.
that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Did you ask her what was wrong?
I did ask her what was wrong. It was very non-specific. That happened with Wendy quite a bit with it, where she was upset and there was not an exact name put to why.
Was she upset often?
Yes.
Would she get these kind of physical reactions often, that her stomach would hurt or that she would ask you to get her medicine?
I got to know her better in the spring, so I saw more of it than I would have in the fall. That was the only time I can recall that was not an average thing. I think it's why I remember it, because it was unusual.
And you said that you drove about 35 minutes to get her medicine?
Yeah, it could have been 25, 35 minutes, but where she lived was not convenient to run to the store. So it was a discussion like, do we want to do that? It's all the way down there. And she was so nervous. I thought, no, I'm going. So
Did she go with you?
no, she did not. She had the kids that night, so she stayed with the children.
Did she make any kind of doctor's appointments shortly thereafter, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, you indicated that you guys became boyfriend and girlfriend at the beginning portion of 2014. Is that a correct statement, sir?
Yes, sir.
And when would you tell the members of this jury that your relationship with her ended?
Well, that's a little complicated. On July 14th, we went on a date. And when I got home, she had sent me an email saying, I need a week to think. Please don't contact me for the next week. And so that was the Monday before Professor Markel was killed. And then we didn't talk for maybe 10 or 12 days after the murder. So I assumed it was internally, I assumed it was over. That night when you get an email like that, you're probably figuring it's over. But in subsequent phone calls, she acted as if it was still a slightly open issue. And we closed that down by phone calls that, obviously we're going to move on here.
Did you ever question her loyalty to you in your relationship with her?
With regularity, yes.
And when you say with regularity, when did you first become suspicious? Now, let me ask this question first. You were concerned that she was seeing other men, right?
I was.
Okay. And when did you first start getting this concern?
Probably March, April timeframe, I started to wonder. So not too long after we became a couple, I guess what I was wondering is, have we really become a couple, or is she still doing what she was doing before?
Was it like, did you find like text messages or direct messages on social media that made you kind of go, what's going on here?
No, I didn't see any text messages or anything on social media. Her behavior was just erratic. She would disappear. She would get home very late at night. So there were signs like that.
Would you talk to her about it?
I tried to.
Okay. So let me ask it this way.
Yeah.
Did she understand that you were concerned about her being loyal to you, or your relationship being a monogamous one?
To be completely honest, I think we kind of pussyfooted around that until we had that big fight at the end of June. That's what that argument was about.
Let's talk about that big fight.
Yeah, sure.
Why don't you walk the members of the jury through what happened?
Yeah, I had taken Wendy to Gainesville with me. I was teaching in the off-campus program at UF for the weekend, so I took her with me.
I'm sorry, was it just you and her, or did she bring the kids?
No, it's just me and her.
So like a romantic getaway to Gainesville?
Well, work/pleasure. I teach during the day. She works in a coffee shop. We have dinner with friends at night, that kind of stuff. It's a nice area down
Sounds
there.
nice.
Yeah, it was nice. And weekend started off fine. The Saturday night, we sort of got into it over this stuff. I confronted her about the fact that I suspected that she had been seeing other men.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Yeah.
So you're at dinner?
We were actually up in the hotel room. The night was basically over. It was pretty late. It was 9 or 10 o'clock at night when this discussion happened.
Okay. And had she had any alcoholic beverages at that point?
We both had, but I think just 1 or 2 glasses of wine a couple hours earlier.
Just socially with dinner, maybe?
Yeah, that was,
Okay.
there was no more drinking than that.
And did you say, listen, I think this, that, or the other? Did you have any specifics, or were you just giving a vague, I'm concerned about where this relationship is?
The latter, I was pretty specific. I told her I was very concerned. I was particularly concerned because the way she had framed our relationship was, you're not just becoming my boyfriend. I have children. I'm a mother. It's like I was auditioning for the job of husband and father is actually sort of how it felt in retrospect. So I bonded with the kids pretty tightly. And as you can imagine, in a relationship, that kind of discussion gets more complicated when you're serious and there's kids. And she had been talking about me moving in. She had told me not to buy a house. She had told me not to buy a Jeep, that I needed to buy a vehicle that 2 car seats could fit in. So
it sounds like you guys were heading down that path.
Yeah, hence why I raised the issue, because I had some intuitions everything wasn't quite right. Her behavior had been a little erratic, and I was worried about moving in and ending up in a really bad situation, actually.
So would it be fair to say that she was saying the wrong things, but her actions were speaking louder than her words?
That's not a bad summary. I was getting 2 very different messages based on behavior or what she was speaking to me, what she was saying. Yeah.
Did that argument or that discussion, did you feel it the next morning?
What do you mean by feel it, sir?
Was she acting any different the following morning?
Oh, the next day was probably the most awkward car ride I've ever had in my life. We rode from Gainesville to Tallahassee. She was crying. I was very upset. It was a very awkward 3-hour drive.
It's a 3-hour drive?
3 or 4, however long it is to.
Okay, from Gainesville to Tallahassee,
Yeah.
however long that was.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry.
And this was in June, you said June 20?
That would have been June 29th. That's the Sunday, the last Sunday in June.
2 weeks later, on July 13th, Wendy tells you, or Wendy has this discussion with you that the prosecutor elicited, right?
Yes.
From June 29th to July 13th, would you say your relationship with Wendy after that awkward, that long 2 or 3 hour, 4 hour, however long it is, from Gainesville to Tallahassee, emotional car ride, right?
Yes.
She's crying,
Yes.
upset.
Yes.
And I would assume, well, let me strike this. Did you believe that she was upset? Because like I said, she was saying all the right things, but she wasn't acting like she was talking.
It's very complicated, and she was all over the place, to be frank, in that at one point she was confessing. At one point she was saying, I never did that. She was saying she couldn't remember some things I wanted to talk about, which was frustrating. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No worries. You said she was confessing. Was she admitting to potential talking to other men?
More than talking the night before when we were having the argument, but it was.
What was she saying?
It was a heated discussion, so I don't remember every word of it. But at points, she kind of let it slip out that my concerns were well-founded.
Okay.
And then 5 minutes later, she would say the opposite. And when I've had to explain the story in the past, I've had to say it doesn't sound like it makes sense because she was just all over the place. She was hysterical. Really.
Okay. So would it be fair to say at some point she admits to talking to other dudes, to talking to other men, and then shortly thereafter denies what she just confessed to?
Well, then that repeat as needed on the car ride back, she was like, I never did any of that stuff. I don't know what you're talking about, which was kind of crazy making for me because she had confessed to some of it the night before.
Okay. So from June 29th till July 13th, would you say you were fixing the relationship at that point? Was it getting better or was it getting worse?
It's hard to tell because on the 29th, I left her house and I didn't see her again until July 13th. She went to South Florida for those 2 weeks.
Did you guys talk on the phone?
We talked on the phone once in a while. We did some video chats. I talked to the kids via video chat and things like that. But it was very up in the air where the relationship was going to go. I would get a mixture of messages verbally and by text.
Would you agree with me that your level of contact with her between June 29th and July 14th was less than it was before?
Oh, it was minimal. It was minimal. Days and days will go by at points without us talking on the phone at least. I may get the random text or something, but we weren't talking a lot.
And then on July 13th, Wendy, in essence, tells you that her brother, Charlie, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel
In 2013, yes, sir.
in 2013.
Yes.
What was your reaction to this?
It was in the context of a relationship discussion. It kind of just blurted out when he has a habit of blurting things out that are kind of tangential or whatever. And so I didn't know what to make of it. My stomach kind of flipped. It was like a chilling statement. And then we kind of ended up talking about the relationship again. And so I didn't give it a lot of thought at the time. It was just like a crazy thing that someone would say, you know.
Okay. Very crazy thing.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. Did you take that statement as a threat to you? And let me kind of clarify this. She indicated that because of her bad relationship with Mr. Markel, correct? And you'll agree with me that they had a bad relationship, correct?
That's how she characterized it.
You'll agree with me that she said, based on a bad relationship, that her brother had looked into hiring somebody to kill him, correct?
Well, that was specifically about the relocation, is
Okay.
what she said in that statement. I know they had bad blood otherwise for other reasons, certainly, but that was specifically tied to the relocation battle being lost. That was what prompted Charlie to look into it, according to her statement.
This conversation that you had on July 13th, where was it?
It was in her house on Aqua Ridge.
Was anybody else around when she made the statement?
No, sir.
Did you contact any of your friends after this conversation and discuss the fact that Wendy Adelson had indicated that her brother had looked to hire a hitman?
In what time frame?
Okay, so on July 13th, when the conversation's over, do you stay there that night?
No,
You left.
we ended with me telling Wendy, if this isn't going to work for you, you can text me and we can just break up. I don't want a big thing, you know, like confrontation. And I left for the night. I did not stay.
Do you have like a family member or a best friend that you talk to about personal issues?
I have several, sure.
Okay. Did you call or contact any of them on the way back to discuss what had transpired about? And I'm not talking about the breakup.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. I am talking about the breakup.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Did you call your friends and go, hey, listen, you know, it ended with me and Wendy?
You know, it's summertime, and at FSU, a lot of these people were out of town. Some of them were even overseas, so there was less contact than there ordinarily would have been. But I'm sure I discussed the fact, well, not that night because it was so late. What I remember is the next day when I get this email saying, don't contact me for a week, I certainly shared that with friends because I found it really frustrating and surprising and thought it was weird.
Did you share with any of your friends the comment that Wendy Adelson made to you with regards to her brother and the murder for hire?
Yeah, I'm sure I did. I just couldn't tell you who or when I did that, but certainly after the murder occurred, certainly I shared that with people. I also shared it with the police the first day they brought me in.
Right. So you were interviewed by law enforcement in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
During your interview with law enforcement, did you mention this statement?
I did.
Okay. Did you tell it was Detective Isom that interviewed
It
you?
was him and Investigator Hale.
Okay. Did you indicate to them who you had shared this information with?
I don't know that I was asked to.
Hearsay.
Judge, it's not for the
Overruled.
Can you restate the question?
No worries.
Yeah.
So when you tell them what Wendy told you about her brother's murder for hire plot, did you say, yeah, listen, you know, I spoke to my buddy, because the murder happened on the 18th, correct?
That's correct.
And so 4 days prior to that is when you got that breakup. Was it an email or a text message?
It was an email.
Okay, so you get a breakup email. And so you call your friends, which is normal, right? And you indicated just a few minutes ago that you probably mentioned the murder for hire to some of your friends, right?
At some point, I just don't know when.
Okay. What about, was that before or after your interview with law enforcement?
Was what before or after?
Your discussions with friends?
Well, after I had told it to the police, I certainly discussed it. I'm confident I may have done it before as well. I don't recall that, But after I told the police that, I did share that with some people confidentially, yes.
Now, she told you, and by she, I'm referring to Wendy Adelson, during your July 13th conversation, that he had looked and the price was either 15 or 50,000, correct?
That's correct.
So it's either one or the other, correct?
Right.
And would it be fair to say, based on your testimony, that she said that that price was too high?
No, she didn't offer any further context or explanation. It was kind of the thing that was blurted out. And then literally 20 seconds later, she started talking about something else, and I can't recall what that was. I think it was the relationship stuff that I was very focused on.
So out of nowhere, she tells you Charlie was going to go look to hire a hitman. It was going to cost $15,000 or $50,000, and you don't go back to that.
I don't know that it was out of nowhere. I believe preceding that was a discussion that if anything ever happened to Danny, she would move to Miami. I think I've spoken to the investigator. I asked him about that previously.
And listen, I have to ask Mr. Lacoste, at no point did you contact law enforcement after you heard of this threat so they could contact Mr. Markel to see if there's any need to protect him in any way, shape, or form?
I didn't.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Good night.
Just a few more questions, sir.
Sure.
Would I be correct or incorrect in assuming or in saying that you were interested in having a monogamous relationship with Wendy Adelson?
I thought I had a monogamous relationship with
And you wanted to keep it, correct?
Depends when you're asking.
On July 13th, 2014?
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's right. That's right.
I'm sorry to ask such personal questions. I know it's difficult. Did you think it's unusual? Well, let me ask this. At some point, did you ever see a picture of Dan Markel?
Sure. Sure.
Do you think that there's a resemblance between yourself and him?
Everybody always says that. When I was dating her, no one ever brought it up. I see it from the pictures. In real life, I was never told that while we were dating.
And as you indicated before, you're also a professor?
Yes, correct.
Do you feel wronged by Wendy Adelson?
Do I feel wronged?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
No further questions.
Magbanua.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So I asked the board.
Good morning.
The questions I'm about to ask you are about the investigation into you, not that we believe you're a suspect, okay?
I understand.
You would agree with me at the beginning of the case in July 2014, there was a thought that you were a potential suspect.
That's what I've been told, yes.
You were contacted by the police.
I was.
You came in, you were interviewed.
Yes, I came straight from my trip into the TPD station.
3 separate times you were interviewed, right?
Yes.
Now, they didn't handcuff you at gunpoint and drag you into the station, right?
No, they asked me to come in, so I came in.
Voluntarily went in.
Yes.
You told them what you knew. You explained the information, right?
Yes.
Eventually, you helped them get bank records to show where you were. It was in Tennessee, right?
Yeah, I believe it was cell phone records and a receipt from a Kmart that had surveillance video of me, was my understanding of it.
So they get your bank records. They see a transaction at a Walmart, right?
Yeah, credit card records. Yes, sir. Yes.
There's then a receipt.
Mhm.
And then they go actually to the Walmart, get their surveillance footage that shows you there.
Yeah, it was a Kmart, but yes, sir.
And then you were cleared.
That's correct.
You would agree with me that they objectively investigated you.
Yes.
Now, had they not gotten the bank records, the Walmart video, or anything like that, one could paint a picture that you were involved. Just the fact that you left town right when the murder happened and you had this connection.
Well, except that I wasn't in the state at the time of the murder, so how could I have done it? So that's
What we're talking about here is that somebody could paint the picture
okay.
without all the evidence.
Yeah, they don't have all the evidence, sure.
All right. Let's go to something you said on direct talking about June 4th.
Yes.
And you appear to have a very good memory of all the instances. You said that Wendy had the kids on June 4th, the night of June 4th.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time with Wendy, spent a lot of time with the kids. You knew their daily schedule of the boys, right?
I knew not so much because I usually got there in the evening. So at the time, I would know what days she had the kids. But as far as pickup times and things like that, I usually saw them at the end of the day. I accompanied her just a couple times to pick up the kids. So I don't want to sound like I'm an expert in that because I'm not.
So June 4th, she has the kids. The next morning, June 5th, she would have taken them to creative preschool.
She would have, but I never stayed over there. So when the kids were there, so I wouldn't have known that because I left at the end of the night if the kids were there every time.
That would have been consistent with the custody setup that she had with Dan Markel, correct?
Yeah, depending on what the days on the schedule were, which I don't recall. I used to know that. I don't anymore.
It wouldn't have been that he'd come and pick them up at her house and then bring them over to creative preschool.
I never saw that kind of scheduling anywhere.
So it would have been consistent with on June 5th, she would have dropped the kids off.
It would have been consistent if I don't have any primary knowledge of what she did on June 5th.
All right. Let's talk about Charles Adelson. Understanding that you didn't have a close relationship with him, you did meet him and you hung out with him.
Yeah, for a few hours.
To you, and I'm going to use your words, he seemed like somebody that hung out on both sides of the tracks, right?
That's the way he presented himself in that hot tub. Yes.
And you took that to be accurate.
Yes, I took a self-presentation to be accurate. That's correct.
During the day, he's wearing a lab coat or scrubs, whatever dentists wear, right?
Right.
And then when he's off work, he's going out, he's hanging out at the gym with less savory people.
Yeah, that was sort of his characterization. I was sort of repeating what he said. Yeah.
In your words, less savory
Well, not
individuals.
less savory, gritty. I don't remember his exact words, but gritty, something like that. I don't remember his exact words, but yeah, that's how he presented himself in that hot tub. It seemed to be almost a braggadocio kind of thing, like, look at me, I'm on both sides. Yeah.
And you took him to be a street smart guy.
I did.
He had friends that were ex-special ops.
Yes, that's what he said. Yeah, that's what him and Wendy said. Yeah.
His gym friends that to you almost came off as nefarious.
Well, yeah, and I don't remember the details at this point, but he was talking about deals they were doing. There was a lot of hinting and innuendo. But yeah, you're accurately presenting how he presented to me.
Let's go now to the dinner on March 11, 2014.
Sure.
It was outside. It was on Miami Beach.
Yeah.
If you remember, and you may not, do you remember seeing a pickup truck with two gentlemen outside of the restaurant watching you guys?
No.
Let's go now to July 14th, 2014.
Okay.
Now, you had met Katherine Magbanua several months prior to that.
Yeah, I met her in March.
So March, April, May, June, July. Wendy is opening up to you and saying what her brother had looked into doing, right?
I think you're talking about the 14th. You're talking about the 13th, I think.
July 13th?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So July 13, 2014, she's talking about her brother hiring a hitman. She's giving you incriminating details, right?
Yes.
Never said anything about the involvement of Katherine Magbanua, right?
No, it was 3 sentences, so no, she didn't.
All right, let's talk about now the options that he looked into doing to take care of the problem, right?
Right.
On direct examination, the state attorney's office asked you what year it was. But there was more specifics to that. It was specifically the summer of 2013, right?
Yes, it was attached to the relocation. So whenever it was after relocation had failed, where she'd been denied the motion for relocation.
But I want to make sure it's clear because we didn't have the full information from
Yeah.
direct examination. What Wendy told you is that her brother looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013.
That's correct.
And that would have been before he even knew Katherine Magbanua.
Yeah, I don't know when they met, but if you say so.
One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. The breakup email on July 14th, 2014 I know you had some phone contact after that, but was that basically the end of your relationship?
That's the last time I ever saw her.
Okay.
We did have some, it was in August. It was after, we didn't talk between then and after the murder.
Okay,
Until
and you
after-
never got back together and resumed your
Oh,
relationship?
no.
No further questions?
All right, did you ever have a question of this witness? Write your question down. We'll go sidebar.
The worst thing you ever did was get involved
So-
with her.
Series
I don't know
of
what anybody else
questions
thinks.
from the jury. The email, the July 14th, 2014 email was that on a FSU website or a private website? Do you have any recollection?
I think that was from Wendy's Gmail account.
Okay, what about to you?
Oh, that would have been to my Gmail as well.
Okay. So the answer is no, it was not on an FSU website.
Correct.
Okay.
To the best of my recollection, yeah.
Okay. Did Ms. Adelson indicate that she wanted to relocate to have the children full-time?
She talked about, she didn't talk directly about relocating because she knew that was no longer a possibility. But the other side of that coin, how unhappy she was in Tallahassee and how frustrated she was by the child custody were issues that came up, if not every day, every week, that came up very frequently.
Okay, so that was actually the next question about, she frequently spoke about the divorce and the custody battle.
Yes, consistently throughout the entire relationship.
And did she appear distressed when she didn't have the children with her?
Sometimes, yes.
What kind of vehicle were you driving back in July 2014?
I was driving a 2004 four-door silver Nissan Sentra.
Ms. Kaplan?
No further questions?
Garcia? Magbanua?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further?
Judge, I'd like to release him to go about his business, but I'd like him to remain under the rule.
All right, you can remain under the rule of sequestration, so don't discuss the case with anyone, but you're free to go about your business. You have a phone number for him if you should
Yes,
need it.
sir.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Call your next witness.
Stephen Lutz.
Come up here, please. If you face the clerk and be sworn, please, sir.
Swear that I'm testimony about giving you truth, the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please, sir.
Okay. Hi.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Stephen Lutz.
Will you spell that, please?
Sure. Last name is Lutez. First name, common spelling is Stephen.
With the V or the PH?
The common spelling, PH.
All right. And where are you employed, Mr. Lutz?
I work for JP Morgan Chase Bank in Tampa, Florida,
All right. And what is your job title?
a regional security specialist.
All right. Are you familiar with a security video camera at the JP Morgan Bank or at JP Morgan Banks in general back in July of 2014?
Yes.
And did you review some specific surveillance footage from a specific ATM surveillance camera from July of 2014 in reference to this case?
I did. Two separate cameras that associated with that ATM machine.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about how the process works, which gave rise to the images that you reviewed?
You mean as far as how they were transferred to?
How are the images captured initially? Is it a camera that
Okay.
runs constantly?
It is 24 hours, 7 days a week. They're always running.
And is the camera mounted on the ATM
There's
machine?
The two cameras I referenced, there's one that's typically inside the ATM, which is called a transaction camera, which will give you facial pictures of the person conducting a transaction on the machine. And then in this instance, it was a drive-up ATM, so there's also an overhead camera that would capture more geared toward the vehicle that the person was driving through in.
All right, and do the cameras or this, I want to specifically ask you about the camera that's mounted inside the ATM machine on the video that is shown, was previously reviewed by you on State's Exhibit 143. How does that camera record? Where's the information stored that it records?
So that camera it's exterior to the branch. It's at a branch location, like everybody would be familiar with. It's connected to a DVR that's stored inside the branch, inside what's called a technology room. It's a locked room that's alarmed. So it's stored on that DVR and then connected from the DVR to a wider area network system.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as States 143. Do you recognize States 143?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed this earlier before I arrived from a testimony here.
All right, and is States 43 a fair and accurate copy?
43 or 143?
143.
Okay.
A fair and accurate copy of the video surveillance footage captured by that ATM machine that we were referencing earlier.
Yes, it is.
And was the footage captured on States Exhibit 143 from July 18th, 2014?
Yes, it was.
Right. And was the camera that captured these images in proper working order back in July of 2014?
Yes.
And does it accurately show the areas in front of the ATM machine as you previously described?
Yes, it does.
Right. And where was that ATM machine, this particular one, located?
It's in Pembroke Pines, Florida.
And do you recall the time of the images that were captured on there?
It was in the evening. I believe it was around 18:45 or 6:45 in the evening.
Okay. Any indication that the footage that has been prepared for presentation to the jury on State's Exhibit 143 has been tampered with or altered in any way?
No, there's not.
Okay, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 143.
Any objection?
Nothing from Mr. Garcia, Judge.
Magbanua.
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted.
At this time, Mr. Leeds, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 38 through 44.
Okay.
Take a moment to look through each of those and let me know if you recognize them.
I do, yes.
State's Exhibits 38 through 44 fairly and accurately capture still images taken from the video in State's Exhibit 143.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 38 through 44.
Any objection?
If I could just quickly re-review these exhibits. No objection from Mr. Garcia.
Magbanua.
No objection.
38 through 44 will be admitted.
Permission to publish States 143.
You may. Move that podium.
We're going to publish at another time. No further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, late morning, Mr. Lutz, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So State's Exhibit 143 is video surveillance at the Pembroke Pines. Yeah.
Yes.
at the JP Morgan Chase location at, on Cobblestone Plaza, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that's 14916 Pines Boulevard.
I don't have that address memorized, but yes, I believe that's correct, yes.
With the items that the government showed you, if Judge, may I approach?
You may.
To refresh your recollection, if you want to take a look at the items that have already been entered into evidence. And let me know when your recollection is refreshed.
It is refreshed.
May I read what you're on?
You gotta be asking about these pictures.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you let him hold on to them? Come on.
Those are still photographs taken from the video that's government's exhibit 143. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, it is.
And you'll agree with me that that shows a silver Prius driving up to an ATM?
Yes, that appears to be correct.
And tell me again what your role is with JP Morgan Bank.
I manage physical security for the regional, I'm the regional specialist for physical security, the bank in Florida.
And when you were doing your due diligence in this matter, because I assume you did, correct?
Yes.
You were given a subpoena by the government?
Our firm was served a subpoena. I personally was not.
I apologize. The company that you work for was served with a subpoena, and then they came to you and they said, Mr. Lutz, we need you to do your due diligence and comply with the subpoena, correct?
That's generally how it happens. Not in this particular instance. We've got a subpoena compliance unit that would provide the video and still photos. I personally didn't provide those, but I'm familiar with the system. I work with this system on a daily basis.
Were you able to do any research into what this specific transaction entailed?
No.
But you'll agree with me that it appears on the video that the driver is conducting a bank transaction. Is that correct?
It does appear so, yes.
And does it appear as if he is retrieving money or depositing money?
Based on the photos that I'm looking at, I can't say one way or the other. Based just on these photos.
What about on the video? You indicated on direct examination that you're able to authenticate the video, correct?
Correct, yes.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead and finish.
No,
And that's because the prosecution gave you the CD, you looked at it and you put your initials on it, right?
That's correct.
And that would indicate that you reviewed the video?
Yes.
And on the video, is the person driving the car, is he making a deposit or is he making a withdrawal?
It's different. It's difficult to say. Because the way the camera is positioned, it's geared more for getting facial identification of a customer. So really you just see the person's arm reach to the vicinity of the machine. So it's difficult to say what, you can always tell what kind of transaction it was just based from the video or the pictures.
Would it be safe to say that your company, and you work for JP Morgan, correct?
Yes.
Your company would be able to provide that information if requested?
Yes, they would.
Did you do an internal investigation to make a determination as to what specifically the video showed? No, I didn't. And to clarify that, that's because you're indicating here that you can't tell whether the driver of that vehicle is making a deposit at the ATM, correct?
Correct.
Or if he's making a withdrawal, correct?
Correct. For my purposes here, it doesn't really matter to me one way or the other.
I understand that, but I'm asking questions with regards to this investigation, so I don't mean to be
No.
prod. So you won't have the answer as to what exact action the driver of that Prius was conducting at your bank location.
Correct.
Simply that he was at that location. Correct?
He was at that location and it appears that he was conducting a transaction, that's all.
There'd be no other reason to go to a bank teller other than to conduct bank business. Is that correct?
That's a fair statement, I think.
Other than these videos Are there external videos around the bank that could show the parking lot area or areas surrounding the bank?
Not always, no.
Okay. With regards to this specific location, the location that's addressed in the top right-hand corner of the exhibits, if I may, Judge, so I can publish.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Let's do this.
Not our day for technology, apparently.
Let me do this. Yeah, I do this, Judge?
Well, let's see if he can get the projector working.
I think it's showing on the little screen.
Yeah. Yes, it's not going to show
Please
up here.
remember to hit the like button for me, please. I really do appreciate it.
Leave it alone for a minute. That's what he's saying. Okay.
Yeah, it's on, it's just real light.
It's warming up now.
Warming up, okay.
Okay, patience. That's
Okay. Here we go. State's Exhibit 43. You see that, sir?
I do.
And that appears to be an aerial view of a vehicle at a Chase ATM, correct?
Correct.
And that Chase ATM location is 14916 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, as an employee of JP Morgan Bank, are there additional cameras other than these specific ones that focus just on this drive-through ATM that would show like the parking lot and a complete overview of that bank itself?
There's a camera system at each bank. Based upon the physical layout of the bank, some of them do have the exterior cameras to cover parking lots and that kind of thing, and some of them don't. And it's something that's in the process continually also to add those to various locations.
What's your title at JP Morgan Bank, sir?
Regional Security Specialist.
Okay, and you'll agree with me as a regional security specialist, you would have information as to whether or not they have security surveillance that includes what I asked at this specific location?
Yes.
Do they have those cameras at this specific location?
I can't say one way or the other. I'm not sure.
Did the government request in a subpoena all the security cameras or just what's at the drive-through ATM?
I don't know.
What did you provide them?
I didn't provide this information. The subpoena compliance unit did.
I apologize. To your knowledge, did the compliance unit provide any other security cameras or security footage other than the drive-through ATM?
I haven't seen any other footage.
The government didn't show you, you know how on that disc that they showed on Government's Exhibit 143 that has your signature, there was no other security cameras that you signed to that you reviewed, correct?
That's correct.
Let's see what time this starts at. Government's Exhibit 38 appears to be the first in time at 6:45:50 seconds. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a few others going up to Government's Exhibit 44, which is at 6:47 and 5 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So for a minute and 10 seconds, this car was at that drive-through window, correct?
Or thereabout, I think, yes.
Can you tell, or do you have any information to tell this jury about where this? I apologize. Do you have any information, any tangible information, any physical evidence that can educate this jury as to where this car was a second before 5:40, 6:45 and 56 seconds?
Not based on what I've reviewed, no.
Or what about after 6:47 and 5 seconds?
I would give the same answer, correct.
Just 1 second, Judge.
Man.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions at this time.
Magbanua,
No questions, Your Honor.
redirect.
No, sir.
Sure, I have a question. Apparently, you'll see the video later when we get the technology working. Anybody have a question? All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, either, anybody need it?
I
No,
apologize. I was going to help you with my question.
you need this witness
No,
further?
thank you, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You got a relatively brief witness, Ms. Kaplan.
Judge, at this time, I'd like to take another stab at the publication. State's Exhibit
Okay,
143.
all right.
Assist us with that.
Have they got technical difficulties again? Oh no. I'm still here, but I'm just eating my lunch. So don't think I've gone and left, because I haven't. I hope you're enjoying watching this replay. And if you could hit the like button, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Judge, the next witness will require a few moments to set up the
All
courtroom.
right, why don't we go ahead and take a lunch break? We've 11:45. Let's plan to start back at 1 o'clock. By that clock, so I'll give you an hour, 15 minutes. We'll let you step out, have a good lunch. Either side need anything?
I go straight through. It doesn't
You're on.
break for
All right,
lunch.
1 o'clock.
It continues on through.
Understanding the records, mapping carrier records. So yes.
In addition to the, I guess, educational or training that you've received in this area, do you have any real life on the job experience doing that type of analysis?
Yes, I mean, we use communication record analysis on an almost daily basis, whether it's to locate missing persons or recover evidence or anything else. We use the practical side of it regularly.
And how many of your 25 years with TPD, how many of those years have you been doing this type of analysis?
I've been in tech, I believe, for the last 14 years.
Have you ever testified in a criminal case with respect to cell phone communication records analysis?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
65.
At this time, the state tenders the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Bordar.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So at some point, did you become involved in the investigation of the murder of Daniel Markel?
Yes, I did.
And in what capacity did you become engaged in the investigation?
The technical operations unit received a number of requests initially. Again, with the variety of things that we do, there was requests for a forensic analysis of cell phones and some initial requests for communication records to get cell phone records for some of the initial people involved in the investigation.
So that would have been perhaps like a lead investigator who would reach out to you in tech ops and say, okay, there's some cell phone stuff going on that we need your help with.
Yes,
right?
absolutely. The investigator or someone in the investigative team will contact myself or one of the officers that works with me and then tell us what it is that they need. Hey, we have a phone that we're going to need examined, or here's a phone number. We need to get some records for this. So they give us the request. They tell us what it is that we need, and we help facilitate that.
Throughout the course of TPD's investigation, I mean, were you intimately involved in that investigation?
I was, yes.
Did y'all develop certain individuals who were of interest or who were subjects in this criminal case?
Yes, we did.
And who were those individuals?
Well, obviously, the Adelson family, being Charlie Adelson, the mother, Donna, and father, Harvey, were identified just as family members of Wendy Adelson, the ex-wife. Obviously, Mr. Garcia, Ms. Magbanua were developed as suspects in the case. Mr. Rivera was developed as a suspect as well.
Okay. And did you develop in the investigation phone numbers believed to be associated with each of these subjects that you just identified?
Yes, we did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You bet.
I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification purposes as face demonstrative TV. Can you see all of that?
I can, yes.
Okay, and do you recognize the photographs, names, and phone numbers depicted on each of these large charts?
I do.
Are the phone numbers and names and photographs associated with each line on here accurate?
They are.
Your Honor, I'd ask to publish this to the jury for demonstrative.
You bet.
May I keep it up during the course of this testimony?
During the direct examination, yes. Can y'all see it? Mr. DeCosta, can you see it? What's that?
Can we go to the other side?
Maybe we should just put them in the front then.
Let's just move it around. Look at this. What are we doing, Ms. Norris?
I'm just trying to get a position where I'm not covering the projector, Your Honor.
Half your jurors are not able to see it. Yeah, so.
Yes, sir. If we could go through, if you could go through what the phone number associated with Harvey Adelson
Why
was.
don't you do this? Why don't you put the
Up here?
poster up over here where everybody can see it?
You mentioned that sometimes you'd be requested to get phone records associated with certain cell phone numbers,
That's correct, yes.
and you did that in this case.
I did, yes.
May I approach on
Huh?
I'm going to show you what's already in evidence exhibit 128. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And are those the phone records for Luis Rivera's cell phone number 305-570-8153?
They are.
Next, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 129. Do you also recognize that disc?
I do.
And what does that contain?
These are the phone records for Mr. Garcia's cell phone number of 786-372-5986.
Next, I'm showing you States Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And how do you recognize that?
I recognize it by my initials that are on the disc.
And what does it contain?
It contains the cell phone records for Wendy Adelson.
And is that at the phone number 954-803-0079?
That's correct.
Now I'm showing you States Exhibit 130.
Who is that for? I'm sorry.
Wendy Adelson.
I'm now showing you States Exhibit 132. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what does that contain?
These would be the cell phone records for Donna Adelson at the 954-396-0997.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 133. Do you similarly recognize that disc?
I do.
And what does it contain?
The records for Charlie Adelson at the 954-254-9223.
I'm now showing you States Exhibit 134. Do you recognize that CD?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
Again, by my initials that are on the disc.
And what does it contain?
It contains the cell phone records for Harvey Adelson at the 954-980-9032.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 135. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And what does it contain?
It contains the cell phone records for Ms. Magbanua at the 786-564-1312.
And finally, I'm showing you States Exhibit 137. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And what does it contain?
These are the cell phone records for Mr. Dan Markel, and his cell phone number was 202-276-8200.
Well, Sergeant Corbett, each of these discs, I'm going to leave them in front of you for reference. Do they contain a voluminous amount of data?
Yes, they do.
Hundreds and thousands of pages of data?
Yes, for the various numbers, we obtain various amounts of records, and generally by that I mean time, the time frame for the records. But most of the records are in the hundreds or thousands of pages. If they were to be printed out, there is a significant amount of data actually there if you were to try to print it out.
And this is the data that you analyzed in preparation for testifying throughout the course of this trial?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it true you'll be called to the stand multiple times throughout the trial by the state?
Yes.
So this first direct examination of you, what are you prepared to talk about?
Initially here, we're going to speak about Wendy Adelson's activity for the day of the homicide, and also some of the initial investigative steps that we took in an attempt to develop suspect phone numbers or suspects.
Okay, and preparing to testify today, have you prepared like a visual or demonstrative aid to assist the jury in understanding some of the records that you reviewed and the conclusions that you reached in this case?
Yes, I have.
And would that help you testify?
It would.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask permission to use the visual demonstration.
You may.
Objection, Your Honor. If we can approach sidebar what the tech is being set up.
With what?
If we could approach sidebar.
Sergeant Corbett, I first want to talk about Wendy Adelson's activities on July 18th of 2014. Are you familiar with her statements about her movements and her activities on that particular date?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the route that she says that she took from her home throughout going to lunch at Mosaic?
Yes, I am.
And have you prepared a map showing the route that Wendy Adelson took?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you show that to us, please?
I can.
Describe what you have on this slide for Ms. Adelson's travel on July 18th, 2014.
Well, we know that she left her residence on Aqua Ridge Way. She traveled down Centerville Road and in a cut through to get towards the Thomasville Road area, traveled on Trescott Drive until she approached a roadblock, was unable to go further.
And is that what's indicated with the map at 2116 Trescott Drive?
That's correct.
And then where did she proceed after encountering the roadblock?
So after there, she proceeded back to Centerville Road and then proceeded on to her first destination, which was reportedly the ABC Fine Wine and Spirits there on Thomasville Road.
And again, this is just based on her statements of what she did that day.
That's correct.
Where did she proceed after going to the ABC Wine and Spirits on Thomasville Road?
And she traveled to Mosaic, to the restaurant.
Did you, and I believe we already went over in the CD in front of you, State's Exhibit 131, I believe. Those are Wendy Adelson's phone records?
I believe 131. We certainly have them here. Okay. Yes, 131.
And you analyzed Ms. Adelson's phone records as well?
Yes, I did.
What kind of information would a phone company provide, for example, as they did in Ms. Adelson's phone records?
Well, generally, we obtain subscriber information, maybe, that will tell us who an account is owned by or paid for. And we get what we call detail records, or they're the general records that provide us with the date and time of an event, who's calling who, the duration. So from those CDRs, as we call them, we're able to determine, again, who's calling who and when. And there's also a section there that gives us some location information for the cell sites that a handset is using.
And you reviewed those?
I did.
Could you tell from Wendy Adelson's phone records whether or not she communicated with or attempted to communicate with Dan Markel on the morning that he was killed?
Yes, there was attempted communication, yes.
And can you tell me more detail about that attempted communication?
Yes, there was an outgoing call at 11:42 a.m. from Ms. Adelson to Mr. Markel. That by the records indicate that that phone call was not answered and that it was routed to voicemail.
Now, by 11:42 a.m., was Mr. Markel already shot?
He was, yes.
Did you have any other evidence in addition to her own statements about her movements the day of the murder to put her at a certain location at a certain time?
What we had recovered during the investigation was a receipt from ABC Liquors that gave us a timestamp, and we can see that that is at 12:49 p.m. on July 18th of 2014. So that gives us at least an approximate time that she would have been at the ABC liquor store.
Okay, so based on your analysis of her cell phone records that contain location information for different events like calls and texts that she's having, along with the receipt from ABC Liquor at 12:49 p.m., Are you able to ascertain an approximate time frame that she would have encountered the roadblock on Trescott Drive?
Yes, obviously taking into account the time that it would take to turn around, continue on, get to the actual store and conduct the transaction, then would have had to approach the.
Overruled.
Then again, we can deduce that it would have passed the roadblock somewhere in the 1240, 1245, maybe 1235, 1245 range.
Once you had narrowed down the timing of her encounter of the roadblock, were you then able to look and see what, if any, calls or communications she attempted after encountering the roadblock?
Yes.
Did she attempt to call her child's daycare, creative preschool?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call Daniel Markel?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or other emergency phone number?
She did not.
And based on her records, were you able to ascertain what it appeared she intended to do after that?
Yes.
And what was that?
That was a lunch date.
And was that based on call logs, text messages, and voicemails?
Yes, that's correct.
Sergeant Corbett, how long have you lived in Tallahassee, Florida?
Since 1988.
Are you familiar with that area where Mosaic used to be at I-10 and Thomasville Road?
I am.
Are you familiar with whether or not there are any liquor stores in that vicinity?
I am, and yes, there are.
And which liquor stores are in the vicinity of Mosaic Restaurant back in July 2014?
Well, Market Square Liquors was just across the shopping center there. There's a Publix Liquors and another ABC a little further up Thomasville Road.
Are any of those three liquor stores closer to Wendy Adelson's residence at Aqua Ridge Road than the one she went to on South Thomasville Road?
Yes, they all are.
Can you show whether or not you're familiar with a different route she could have taken to be more direct to get to a liquor store?
Yes.
And is that what we're seeing here on this slide?
Yes, the purple route is the route that she took. The dotted route would be by the mapping software, what would be the most direct route. And you can see the location of the other liquor stores.
Okay. So as you mentioned previously, we've just discussed Wendy Adelson's movements. You also indicated you were involved in the development of suspects through the use of technical data or cell phone communication records. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what kind of tools did you have at your disposal in the tech ops unit to try to develop suspects in this case?
Well, several, but one of the first that we considered was what we call a tower dump.
What is a tower dump?
If I can switch here, I'll. So the investigators learned the movements and times.
Can we come back on? No, move on. Have a seat.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. The morning of the murder, did you know, based on the evidence that TPD had, what Daniel Markel's movements were prior to being shot in his garage?
Yes, I did.
And what were those movements?
We knew that he had departed his house and traveled to his children's daycare, dropping his children off there, and then proceeded on to the Premier Health and Fitness gym, and then back to his residence. And we knew the approximate times that he left and arrived at each of those general areas.
Did TPD have any reason to believe that Mr. Markel was being followed the morning prior to being shot?
Yes, we did.
And what was that based on?
That included the video from Premier where we see the Prius come into the parking lot just after and leave following as well.
So knowing or believing that he was at these different locations, we'll strike that. Did you also have approximate time frames for which he was at each of those locations, his home, the preschool, the gym, and back home?
Yes, we did.
Having that information, was there a tool that law enforcement had available that it could use to try to hone in on who might have been the suspect vehicle following Daniel Markel?
Yes. Again, knowing that we had 3 unique locations and 4 time frames, and knowing that, again, most people have and utilize cell phones, we know that any cell phone that was in any of those particular locations would likely communicate with a certain number of cell sites immediately around that area. So by obtaining all the records of the events that went through those cell sites from each of the different carriers, then we could try to compare those data sets and see which handsets were near his residence, near the preschool, near Premier at the same times that Mr. Markel was. That would likely result in a suspect phone number for us.
When you say cell sites, can you kind of tell me, like I'm a 5-year-old, what a cell site is?
Sure. Your cell phone is a very elaborate radio, and it communicates with cell sites or cell towers to exchange information. And again, we know where those towers are. We know where they're located in town. And that helps us, again, to determine that area that we're going to look at. But the cell phone, any transaction that it does, be that a voice call, a text message, or a data session, we know is going to be processed through a cell site or a cell tower.
So the idea here was to look for any phone companies who have cell sites or cell towers in these 3 respective locations and get data from them about every single handset that's communicating with their company's towers within the parameters of that circle.
Yes, and parameters of the time. We looked at those very narrow time frames.
And what phone companies were believed to have cell sites or towers in these 3 respective locations?
We have 4 here, and that is T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, and Sprint.
So TPD subpoenaed or got a search warrant for those records from each of the phone companies?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, Coach Thomas?
Bet.
I'm showing you already evidence of case exhibit 139. Do you recognize that CD?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
Again, by my initials on the disc.
And what is contained on that disc?
The results of the tower dump search warrant from T-Mobile.
I'm now going to show you what I've marked for identification as States Exhibit 140. Do you recognize that CD?
I do.
What and how do you recognize it?
Again, by my initials on the disc.
And what does it contain?
The search warrant results from AT&T.
The search results or search warrant results, excuse me, from AT&T, did those contain a certificate of authenticity from the phone company that these are in fact the tower dump records from the areas and timeframes you requested?
Yes, they did.
All right, this time I'd offer into evidence States Exhibit 140.
Sir, objection.
Give me a second, Judge.
Not with regards to this testimony, Judge.
No objection. 140 will be admitted.
I'm now showing you what I marked for identification as States Exhibit 141. Do you recognize that CD?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize it because you reviewed it and put your signature on the disc?
Yes, I did.
And what is contained on States 141?
These would be the tower dump results from Verizon.
And do those as well contain a certificate of authenticity from Verizon attesting that the tower dump records contained therein are accurate and maintained by the business?
They do.
Now, at this time, I'd offer States Exhibit 141.
Any objection?
Councilman Garcia.
No objection, Judge. Be admitted.
Finally, I'm showing you States Exhibit 142. Do you recognize that CD in the same way as you recognize the previous CDs?
I do.
And what does it contain?
The same results from Sprint Wireless.
Do these results from the tower dump for Sprint also contain a business record certificate of authenticity for the records contained therein?
Yes, they do.
This time, the state would offer States Exhibit 142.
Any objection?
No.
No objection. Be admitted.
Sergeant Corbett, the last couple discs we went over, these are the tower dump results from T-Mobile, Sprint, Verizon, and AT&T. Are they 2 very voluminous, hundreds and thousands of pages of data?
They are, again, yes.
And did you review them in this case?
I did, yes.
So how exactly did you use those records? Once you get the responses from each of the phone companies, what do you do?
Well, the response largely for us just contains a list of phone numbers that were present in those locations or utilizing those cell sites in the time frame that we requested. As I explained earlier, normally we would look at commonalities in each of those locations and try to filter out a suspect number. but we did not find something that immediately stood out or something that was common to all of those locations.
So in summary, you're looking for a phone number that it appears during each of those timeframes at each of those four, technically it's 3 locations, but 4 different timeframes that Dan Markel was, to see if there's any number that pops up in the results.
That's
at each
correct,
location.
yes.
And you didn't find such a commonality amongst them?
We did not in all the locations.
Does that mean that the suspect phone was not at those particular locations, that it didn't appear in the phone records?
No, it just means
Also speculation.
Overruled.
if the handset is not creating events, if it's not placing voice calls or text messages or data sessions at those times when it's near those locations, then we're not going to see it in the records. If it's not doing events, we won't see those events in any records.
So no event, meaning call, text.
Let's not just repeat the testimony each time. Ms. Norris, move on.
Yes, sir. So you can't find one with the commonality. So then what do you do with these tower dump records?
Eventually, we knew that we had obtained a number of records for those persons involved in our investigation. And so the idea was, well, let's compare all the people that our known subjects have communicated with. Let's compare those with the phones that were in the tower dump. And let's see if there's anything common between any of our people and some of the phones that may have been near one or more of the locations.
And whose phone numbers did you run against the tower dump?
Everything we had at the time. And of course, the investigation progressed over a lengthy period of time, and we continued to gain more and more records as we went. But at the time, we had at least a reasonable number of records for the Adelson family and some other people that were related to the investigation.
Can you show the jury the type of data that you get on the disks we just discussed during evidence from a phone company when you request call detail records?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, one of the basic pieces of information that we're able to get would be subscriber information. This is just a sample subscriber sheet, but it gives us some basic information about the account and who may be utilizing the phone or paying the bills or those kind of things. So that's, again, one of the most basic pieces we get would be the subscriber information.
What other information do you get?
I'd mentioned before call detail records. These are, again, sample call detail records. And while there appears to be a lot of information in there, really there's about 3 sections that are most important to us. There's a section that contains the date and time and duration of an event so that we know when an event happens. And again, when I say event, I mean a voice call, a text message, or in some cases a data session.
Sergeant Corbett, can I interrupt you? If you could use that laser pointer up to your right and just as you're going through, show us like the date and time, for example, on this particular slide that you.
Yes, again, so here would be our date. This would be the time of the event. And we see for these particular records that time is provided in UTC or coordinated universal time. So we know for some of our records, we have to make a time adjustment to get to our local time here. And then this would be the seizure time, the amount of time that the handset sees the network to complete the call. And then this would be the elapsed time, or how long the call actually occurred. In this case, it's 2 minutes and 11 seconds, just as an example.
Okay. And I'm sorry I interrupted you. If you could then show us information you get about who's calling who or who's texting who.
Right. So then the other important piece for us is the phone numbers that are communicating. So we can see the originating number. This will be the person that's making the call or sending the text message. And we have the terminating number, and that will be the person that's receiving it. So that tells us, again, who is communicating with who.
So you compared all of the records that you had. I know we just saw a sample from Harvey Adelson's, but you compared all of those records to the tower dumps and walk me through that process.
We did. We have analytical software, which helps us, again, knowing that we have so many thousands of records. We're able to just ask it to show us commonalities. And what we found was there was a cell phone number, the 786-372-5986, that was present in our tower dump, that was also present in Harvey Adelson's cell phone records.
What does that mean? It was present in his records.
There was an event in his records with that phone number. In this case, it happened to be an incoming phone call on July 1st.
So Harvey Adelson's phone had an incoming call on July 1st from this 786-372-5986 number. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that phone number ending in 5986 was one that we got from the tower dump records we first subpoenaed.
That's correct.
Okay. So then what did you do?
Well, then we obtained more detailed records for that target number, and that was the number that we eventually determined belonged to Mr. Garcia. So we were able to obtain records from T-Mobile for that, and then do some basic analysis on that phone number.
Can you use phone records provided by the companies to determine what phone number a particular handset communicates with most frequently?
Yes, we can.
Tell me about how that's done.
Again, with the help of some software or spreadsheets, we're able to look at all the incoming, outgoing phone calls, determine the unique numbers that a handset communicates with, and then also determine the frequency, how often one phone number communicates with another. That helps us with a lot of things in determining relationships or friends, co-conspirators, those kind of things, that who a phone communicates with most frequently is probably someone that's significant to them.
And that's called a frequency report?
Yes.
Did you run a frequency report, on Mr. Sigfredo Garcia's phone records?
We did, yes.
And what were the results?
Well, what we found was the most frequently contacted number was the 786-564-1312 of Ms. Magbanua.
What time frame are we looking at when we ran this frequency report?
Well, in this particular one here, you're looking at May into July. Again, as the investigation progressed and we obtained more and more records, then those frequencies are going to change because now we're adding more and more phone records into it. But at any particular time, we run, again, this by a fairly large percentage is most frequent caller.
And you said the time frame for this particular frequency report was May to July of what year?
2014.
So it's just a 3-month period that this is based off of?
Yes.
Did you cross-reference Katherine Magbanua's phone number, this 786 number ending in 1312, with any of the other records that you had for people associated with this case?
We did. We found that this phone number was also common to Charlie Adelson's phone. And in a similar frequency report for his cell phone, we see that it's also one of the most frequently contacted numbers.
And that's what you're showing us here with
Yes.
the 7% frequency?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, you'd shown us the frequency report for Sigfredo Garcia's cell phone records indicating Ms. Magbanua was on the top. What about the other numbers that were called frequently? Did you do anything with those numbers?
Yes. Again, as the investigation progressed, it was decided that we could look at all of the contacts that Mr. Garcia had and compare those again back to the tower dump results to see if anyone that he communicated with frequently also happened to be here in Tallahassee near one of those cell sites, near one of our interested times.
And what were the results from that comparison?
What we found here was that the 305-570-8153 of Mr. Rivera is in the top callers of Mr. Garcia's phone and was also present in our tower dump results from AT&T.
The phone records you had for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera from July 18, 2014, did they contain the location information you previously indicated these phone records typically provide?
Yes, they did.
Were you able to compare the location information for the events they had on their handsets with the movements of Daniel Markel on that date?
Yes, we were.
And what did you find out?
Well, again, looking just at those narrow time frames, we look in those cell phone records, and one of the other sections in there is location information. And these records are T-Mobile, but they provide us a latitude and longitude for the cell site. And this is the location of the actual antenna or tower or structure or whatever it is that this radio equipment is mounted on. They give us that latitude, longitude. So we're able to take that information and put it on a map and determine where that cell site is actually located. We can see here for those two events, that cell site is located just north of I-10 and a little west of Thomasville Road there.
Did Mr. Garcia or Mr. Rivera have a lot of events around the time of the actual murder?
They did not actually, no.
Okay. What about earlier on in the morning?
Not in the timeframes that we're talking about here from where Mr. Markel left his residence. There were really very few events for these handsets. And really most of them center around this particular location right here at Premier Health and Fitness.
Can you expound on the two events you have here at 9:36 and 9:58 a.m. Near Premier?
Yes. So again, we're provided with that location of where the cell site is. And sometimes just knowing where the cell site itself is all the real information that we need. That tells us enough. If someone says that they're in Miami, but they're communicating with a cell site in Tallahassee, it really doesn't matter what side of that cell site they're communicating with. I know that they're not anywhere near Miami. But we do know that most of our cell sites are actually broken down into multiple sides or sectors. So they have antennas that are facing in certain directions away from that cell site. We also get that information from the cell carrier. So in addition to the location of the cell site, we know that orientation or the direction that those antennas are facing. And that helps us narrow down the location that a handset could possibly be in for any particular event.
On this slide, you have orange indicated for the 9:36 and 9:58. That indicates Garcia's records?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And can you show us what particular cell site location was being used with the sectors you just described?
Yes, so this cell site from T-Mobile is, as most are, broken down into 3 sectors. And we can see that the orange arrows here are pointing in the direction that those antennas face. So we know that that cell site, again, has 3 sides to it or sectors. We do get information as to which one of those the handset is using. What we know is that if you were to just drive in circles around a cell site on your cell phone, your handset is going to transition from one of those sectors to the next as you continue to drive in a circle. The dashed lines here represent kind of an approximate area where that might happen. We expect one cell site or one sector to cover about halfway to the other sector, and the same thing for the last. So by estimating where that transition is, we kind of get an idea of the kind of width of that cell site, or where, again, the approximate location where that handset could be. In the records themselves, we see that T-Mobile tells us the handset is using the cell site oriented at 40 degrees. And if we look at that on our particular cell site, that's emphasized by the large orange arrow. So that is the cell site and sector that the handset was communicating with for that particular event.
Is the cell site and sector that Sigfredo Garcia's handset is using for these 2 events, is that consistent with the cell sites that would service people at the Premier Fitness Club?
Yes, it is.
Did you do the same type of location analysis for Luis Rivera's phone records?
Yes, we did.
Did he have any events with location information?
He did. And these are AT&T records. The information looks a little different, but it's the same basic information. We have the location of the cell site and the sector that's being utilized. We can look at those cell sites and then in further the actual sectors that are being communicated with for those events.
Same thing we just did for Mr. Garcia. Here in blue, the big arrows represent the direction of the sector of the cell site that's being used during the event.
That's correct, yes.
You mentioned that there were 2 different phone companies. Garcia had T-Mobile, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And Luis Rivera had AT&T records. If you're using a different phone company as your phone provider, you'd be using different towers. Is that right?
That's correct. Each carrier has its own infrastructure or its own towers. There are cases where a handset may roam to another carrier, but for us, the 4 carriers that we mentioned earlier, the AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, and T-Mobile, all have their own equipment. So while 2 people may be standing in the same place, if they have 2 different carriers, they could communicate with 2 very different cell sites, one in one direction, one in another. And it's based upon their particular carrier's cell sites.
So based on the location information, are both handsets consistent with using the towers at Premier Gym or Premier Fitness Center on the morning?
For a handset that was in the parking lot, these are the cell sites and sectors that I would expect that handset to communicate with.
Can you tell us exactly where on this map a certain handset is precisely?
Absolutely not. I'm providing a general area, a general location that the handset could have been in. Our historical cell phone analysis is about including and excluding locations. So I'm asked, is the Premier Health and Fitness, is that address an address that would be serviced by these particular cell sites and sectors? And I look at these and I look at where the adjacent or the next closest cell sites are, and you can see they're some distance away. And I would say, yes, the Premier Health and Fitness is certainly an address that would be serviced by these particular cell sites and sectors.
Is it fair to say that pretty much all of the events that we have right around this time of the murder are consistent with the Premier Fitness Club?
That's correct.
Let's say that these 2 handsets had been at Creative Preschool prior to going to Premier Gym, but had had no events. Would that be possibly a reason that they didn't show up on that tower dump when we were looking for commonalities?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Overruled. In looking at the records that we obtained for both of these, we know that there were no events in that time frame. So if there are no events in that time frame, we have no locations in which to say where a handset may have been or may not have been. So yes, in answer to the question, because there were no events, they did not show up in those tower dump results.
If there are no events for a handset for a certain time period, is that consistent with that handset being powered down or turned off?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled. There are a number of reasons that a handset may not have events. You may simply not be using it or doing anything active with it and maybe just not receiving any phone calls or text messages. Your phone could have gone dead. The battery died on it to where it's no longer in communication. You could be so far away from a cell phone tower that you're unreachable to the network. Or yes, one of the options is that you power down that handset as well.
By the time that TPD had requested these tower dump records from the phone companies and performed the analysis you just walked the jury through, had Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera been developed as suspects in this case?
Yes.
And did you do much more extensive analysis of the phone records that we talked about earlier?
Yes, we did.
And we'll talk about that later. Is that right?
Yes, we will.
I have 1 moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Sergeant. I have no further questions.
Fraught. Sorry?
Yeah.
No, you can keep them over there. That's okay.
Sergeant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. I say sergeant because you are a member of law enforcement, correct?
That's correct.
And as you indicated to the members of the jury, you've been a member of law enforcement for coming on a quarter of a century, correct?
Just with TPD, yes.
Just with TPD?
Yes, sir.
What about before that?
I was a reserve deputy with the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office starting in
So there's
19.
more law enforcement experience behind the 25.
That's correct.
Okay. How much more?
Since 1995.
1995. So my math here is
I'm sorry, 1992.
19. Okay.
My apologies.
It's okay. So 8 plus 19, 27 years?
Sounds about right, yes, sir.
And you indicated on direct examination, you have testified 65 cases.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
How many of those cases have you testified on behalf of the state?
In all of those cases.
So all 65?
That's correct, yes.
So that means that you have never testified as a defense expert.
While I have helped defense counsel, those cases have never resulted in actual testimony.
So the answer to my question is that you have never testified in trial for the defense. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In addition to all your trial testimony being with the government, you're also married to a prosecutor, isn't that correct?
I am, yes.
And you're married to a prosecutor that works with the prosecutor sitting right behind you, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So you're at the helm of the demonstrative aid, is that correct, sir?
Yes, I am.
If you could indulge me. You indicated that there was two, well, let's go to the demonstratives. You'll see the one on the far right side in the middle. It has my client's name on it. Is that correct, sir?
It does, yes.
And you'll agree with me that to the right of his name in white is a telephone number starting with area code 786, correct?
Yes.
786-372-5986, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you'll also agree with me that all the investigation that you've done with regards to any phone number associated with my client, is that number there?
No, sir.
Okay. But I only see one number up there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The question is, in the initial part of the investigation, this was the cell phone number Mr. Garcia had. As we progressed through the years of the investigation, he had other phone numbers as well. And there was work done on those phone numbers.
Do you have those numbers with you?
I do not have them in front of me, but I could get to them, sir.
And were they expired numbers, numbers that he was no longer using?
I believe so, yes. Well, there was a time where the investigation we were looking at in real time, where we were getting real-time information. Obviously, the cell phone that he had at that time was active and live because we were obtaining real-time information from it. Some of the other phone numbers that he may have had in the interim were probably no longer functional numbers.
What about the other phone that he was arrested with in Broward County? Did you do your due diligence on that phone?
Yes, sir, we did.
So just to be clear, there was a second phone that he was arrested with, correct?
Yes, sir, there was.
And do you have the information as to when that phone was activated?
Not in front of me.
I'll sustain the objection.
Judge, may we come sidebar?
We're good.
If I may inquire, you ask? Okay. So we'll get to that other stuff later. If you can click back to the, if you wouldn't mind, Sergeant Corbett, you had two phone numbers on the 786-372-5986 number that were the basis of the activation of the cell towers, and I believe that's a call at 9:36 and 46 seconds.
I'm sorry.
You're ready to get there.
You're speaking of these events?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Now, the top event, the 9:36 event,
Yeah.
that was a 7-second phone call. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes. We can pull up the full records if we need to, but
Well, if you need to look at something to refresh your recollection to be able to adequately and properly advise the jury, please do your due diligence. When you're ready, let me know.
for the location information, the duration of the event was not relevant.
Okay, well, with all due respect, that's not what I'm asking you.
Okay.
I'm asking you if it was a 7-second phone call.
Okay, then let me get to the actual records and
Yes,
I'll
sir.
tell you more about that event. Yes, sir. The 9:36 event was for 7 seconds. The 9:58 shows a minute.
Okay. Now, the 9:58 event, I'm sorry, let's stick with the 9:36 event. That came from a 786 number, correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but law enforcement has the ability, based on the phone number, to try to determine who the person that extended this call is. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the 9:58 and 11 seconds, the second, I guess, event on the 18th. If you look at the phone records, there are a slew of calls that have the exact duration of 1 minute. Is that indicative of a text message or is that a phone call?
It is indicative of a text message.
So at 9:50.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. The duration is not indicative of a text message. We do see 1 minute as the listed duration, but there are other indicators in the records that tells us that that is in fact a text message, because you could have a voice call that was 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. So on those two events, one appears, well, we know for sure one is a 7-second phone call, right? The top one, the number that we talked about, 786-317-8493, that's a 7-second phone call, correct, Sergeant?
Correct.
And the second is an incoming text message.
That is correct.
And the incoming text message, do you have a phone number for that incoming text message?
It's a short number, but yes, the 326-65040.
326, let's see here, 326
65040.
040. Those numbers don't add up.
They don't.
Okay. Is there a return text message to
No.
that number?
There is not.
Now, because, well, let me ask you a quick question about Luis Rivera. You have that number right there? That's his number that you have associated with him, correct?
That's correct.
And have you been proactive in this investigation? If the government gets new information, they give it to you, do you do your due diligence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware that Luis Rivera gave a statement on October 4th, 2016, when he began cooperating with the government?
I don't recall the exact date, but I do know that he's provided statements.
Okay. And he also discussed having multiple phones. You're aware of that?
I am, yes.
Now, you talked earlier with regards to tower range. Is that correct?
I did not really speak with range. I spoke with an approximate area a handset could be, yes.
Well, a lot of your testimony was based on the location of a tower, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Did you ever go and take specific measurements, you yourself, from that tower?
No, we did not.
Did you have the ability to do that?
We could have secured the ability, yes.
But you chose not to? I'll withdraw that question. Are you able to truly know the true range without measuring?
That you're talking of a particular cell site.
Correct.
And it depends on what you mean by measuring, but I assume you're talking about a drive test or something to that effect?
Well, I mean, you're the expert, okay? I'm not. I'm simply saying that when you go out there, if you have the ability to measure or take measurements of a tower to make sure that the information that you're giving to a jury is correct, would you agree that without doing that exact measurement, anything that you tell this jury is a potential, it's a guess?
No, I would not say that at all. What I'm speaking about and the evidence that I have is these cell sites that are being communicated with and the orientation of those sectors, and we know which way they're pointing. We look at addresses and we say, could this address have been included or not? And in all of the cases that I have, that determination is easy to make. And they're relatively close to the cell sites and they're where we expect them to be. And there's really no need to do anything additional. One of the problems with the drive test is coming back in time. And it would always be argued that if you didn't do it the same day and the same time and the same weather conditions and the same everything as that exact day, then even that's still not exact. And even that has variation to it. So we had the information that we needed to make the determinations that we did. And again, in no way am I saying exactly where a handset is. I'm just giving the general area that that cell site covers.
Okay, well, let's do that. Let's give the general area that that cell site covers. Based on your demonstrative aid that we're looking at up here, what other locations fall within that general area? Are there any restaurants in that general area?
There are.
Okay, which ones?
Well, there are a number of restaurants, and let me pull this up here. Not being quite the travel guide. There are a number of restaurants in the shopping center there. There are restaurants. There's
hold on one second. I'm
trying to answer your question.
I apologize. I don't know.
So there are a number of restaurants within that area. There's from Thomasville and Killarney, the Applebee's, there's a Wendy's, there's all kinds of restaurants in the shopping center across the flyover, a number of restaurants.
Okay, well, being the fact that you indicated that you've lived here coming on a few decades, maybe more, let's talk about each specific restaurant. You said that there's an Applebee's?
There is, or at least was, yes.
Okay, and there's a Wendy's?
There is.
Is there a Chick-fil-A?
There is, but I do not believe that the Chick-fil-A would be in this particular cell site and sector.
Is there a McDonald's?
There is, yes.
Right by the Residence Inn, right? Right across the street from the Residence Inn?
There's a McDonald's at just north of, or between Timberlane and, or between Market and Maclay Commerce. There's a McDonald's.
What other restaurants are there?
Well, sure. There is in the shopping center, I know that there is a Bonefish Grill. There at least used to be, I believe, a Firehouse Subs in there. There may be a sushi restaurant in there. And I'm trying to remember back in 2014, there is a chicken restaurant on Thomasville Road.
So we've discussed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 potential restaurants now. There could be more, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you'll agree with me that out of those, at least Wendy's and McDonald's and Chick-fil-A serve breakfast.
They do, yes.
And the incident or the date of this incident occurred on July 18th, and that's not a Sunday. That's a weekday, correct?
That's correct.
So all 3 of these stores are open at the time? At least those 3?
I have no personal knowledge that all of those restaurants were open on that date and time, but I have no reason to believe they were not.
What other stores or locations are in that general area? Are there any hotels in that general area?
There are.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury which hotels are there?
Again, and I'm not sure, in 2014, there was a Motel 6 right here at Timberlane Road and Thomasville. There is.
I'm sorry, you're talking. So you said a Motel 6?
There was at one time. I'm not sure when that ceased operation, but it was there.
Okay, and that was on what road, sir?
That was Thomasville and Timberlane.
Thomasville and Timberlane. Okay, what else, sir?
I'm not aware of other hotels right there. There are some on the southern side of that, which I don't know. There's I believe a Residence Inn, maybe a Hampton Inn, something here that's off of Raymond Deal.
Right.
I'd be happy to bring up Google and we could get more specific if we need to.
Well, I'll tell you what. I know that the government indicated they're going to call you multiple times, and I'll be more prepared so we can go over that Google map the second time.
Okay.
All right. So let me ask you some questions with regards to factors that could potentially impact the range of the cell towers. Are there certain factors that could impact the range of cell towers?
There are, yes.
Okay. Can you explain to me what a down tilt or a down angle of the antenna is?
We're talking about we talked about each cell site has a set of antennas on it, right, that direct energy out. So the angle that those things are pointed is one thing that we're aware of. And then the down tilt would be if they're pointed down or up, because we don't want to direct that signal off into the air, right? So each cell site has an angle that those antennas are mounted at to help control that distribution of that energy.
And you'll agree with me that whether or not there's a down tilt could potentially affect the range of the tower, correct?
It could, yes.
Did we know if there was a tilt with regard to the specific tower at the time of the incident?
All the antennas have an angle in which they're mounted. Whether it's up, down, they all have an angle in which they're mounted.
Do you know the down angle of the antenna serving Premier?
I do not.
Can you tell whether a call is made inside or outside the serving area?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell whether or not a call is made inside I assume you, based on the tower, the cell tower or the antenna angles that you have, can you make a determination as to whether or not a call is coming from within or outside of that area?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Let me
Where
ask
the call is coming from could be anywhere. If you're speaking about the location of the handset, then again, no, I would not believe that it's outside of that area, because if it were outside of that area, it would communicate with a different cell site.
Do you know if T-Mobile had done any maintenance to that cell tower or those cell sites?
I do not.
Is that something that you'd be able to determine if you made the appropriate calls?
Sometimes we can, and sometimes we cannot.
Are you familiar with any studies validating the use of cell tower analysis?
Yes.
Which ones?
Specifically the scientific working group.
Anything else?
I can provide some additional studies and things. Again, I don't have those with me, but I do have some documents, yes.
So the only one, you've been qualified as an expert, 65 cases, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All 65 for the government, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in preparation to testify as an expert with regards to the specific issue that we're talking about, which is cell tower analysis, you're indicating that you're only familiar with one publication?
Off the top of my head, publication-wise, yes.
Okay. The two events that you have associated with Sigfredo Garcia, let's talk specifically about the 7-second phone call, because you'll agree with me that an incoming text message doesn't suggest that there's activity, correct? It simply means someone sent you a text, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You can't tell who picked up Garcia's phone at 9:36 on July 18th, 2014, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't determine whether or not Mr. Rivera was in possession of Mr. Garcia's phone, correct?
That's correct.
You'll agree with me that a manner in which to confirm who answered the phone would be to provide the information of the caller that made the call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to confirm this, that the cell phone records can't put a particular device at a particular location, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So while you could put up a map, a little chart like you have up here, a demonstrative, and you could put a marking showing what you believe to be the ranges. It's simply a guess, correct?
I wouldn't call it a guess, but
Let me rephrase it then, sir. You can't tell me specifically where Mr. Garcia was the morning of July 18th, can you?
That's correct. I cannot.
No further questions.
Magbanua?
Yes, Your Honor. As always, mine will be real brief. Sergeant. Just to confirm, you work with the Tallahassee Police Department, right?
I do, yes.
You're in the same building as all the investigators and other sergeants that'll be testifying in this trial on this case.
That's correct.
Now, through that and your work in the technical operations unit, you know the working theory of this case, of this prosecution?
I do, yes.
All right. So if you could bring up the frequency slide, whichever one you want to go with first. And please explain to the jury what this is again.
Again, with the use of our analytical software, we're able to produce a report that just tells us which phone numbers are communicated with by a particular phone most frequently. It doesn't take into account directionality. They could be all incoming or outgoing or a combination thereof. And they could be both text messages and voice calls or any combination thereof.
Who are these communications between? What people from your boards?
The top one is Mr. Garcia's phone number. These are the records for him. And the phone number that's highlighted here is Ms. Magbanua's.
All right. So he communicated with Ms. Magbanua, and you've got 1,635 times.
Her phone number appears in his records with that frequency, that many times. Now, when you say communicated, that doesn't necessarily mean they actually spoke 1,649 times. We look at not necessarily the specific number of the records, but the relative frequency. Whether they communicated or tried to communicate, the percentage or the volume of records is what we look at.
Can we agree they talked a lot?
Yes, we can.
All right. You don't have the contents of these communications, of these ones?
Of these, I do not know.
All right. So at best, you can say that Katherine Magbanua, my client, communicated with the father of her two children a lot.
That's correct.
Let's go to the next one, please. Now, what we have here is the communications in between Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, right?
That's correct.
The same thing applies, that this isn't just all phone calls, it's all potential communications, or however you phrased it?
That's correct, yes.
We can agree that they talked a lot?
We can.
You don't have the contents of those communications? Those specific communications? Let me rephrase that question. You don't have recordings of phone calls in between these two for that frequency, do you?
No, I do not.
All right. So, and again, you know the working theory. At best, you can say that Katherine Magbanua was talking to the guy a lot that she was dating at the time.
That's correct.
Now, please don't take this as an attack, but technical operations and what you do, it's somewhat limited, right?
I'm not sure in what way.
Human to human connections, it's limited. Because there's other ways that humans can communicate, right?
Yes, there are other ways that humans can communicate.
Now let's just stick with electronics. There are certain apps that can be used, like WhatsApp, that you wouldn't necessarily have access to.
That's correct.
Unless you have the physical phone.
That's correct.
All right. That's one way. And that's an electronic thing that people can communicate that way.
It is, yes.
Now, people can also have face-to-face interactions. There used to be a day when people did that.
That's correct.
Now, you're in, do I call it a science? What would you call it?
I believe it is a science, yes.
All right. So your science is limited because it doesn't encompass all of those other potential connections.
I don't want to say it doesn't encompass. We're aware of when WhatsApp is in use, and we, of course, advise the investigators and attempt any way to be able to get that content, get hands on a particular handset so that we can get that communication. So we're very much aware that those other methods of communication, such as iMessage or anything else, can be used. And so we try to let the investigators know, hey, this is something that you need to be aware of and work towards. So it's more a limitation of what the provider, the phone company, and the app producers are able to provide for us than it is a limitation of ours.
But you agree with me, it's limited with respect of all of the different ways that humans can communicate.
It is limited, yes.
For instance, you wouldn't know the potential connections in between Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson, right?
I only know what I have or don't have in the records that I have.
So outside of anything electronic, you just wouldn't know.
That's correct.
For instance, if Luis Rivera has a connection to Charles Adelson, you wouldn't know that either, would you?
If it's not in the records that I have.
Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson, you wouldn't know that.
That's correct.
And these are all possible connections that don't include Katherine Magbanua.
That's correct.
1 second, Your Honor. Real brief topic, Your Honor. Sergeant, just to clarify something that the state attorney's office asked you, and it has to do with the communications in between Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel. Because at the beginning of your direct examination, you talked about a phone call that was placed by Wendy Adelson to Dan Markel.
Yes.
Isn't it true that she was returning a phone call that he had placed to her earlier that morning?
Yes, he had called her earlier that morning.
Just wanted to clear it up. Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Without going into great detail, Mr. DeCoste asked you some questions about what your information is limited to. Do you also have access to all the other data that the Tallahassee Police Department was gathering against Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua in this case and analyzing the phone records?
I have access to a lot of it, and I'm not sure exactly what you're asking about, but my part of the investigation deals primarily with the electronics and the forensics that were conducted. Investigators were doing interviews and talking to people and gathering other types of evidence and all kinds of things, and I'm certainly not aware of every single thing that they had or collected or knew in the case. I know about what we communicated about.
But you did communicate, about relevant things outside of just the vacuum of these phone records.
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Zhang, I asked you some questions about the map with the towers. If you could go back to that for me, showing Premier. Okay, how many cell sites or towers are there in Tallahassee?
There are a number of cell sites, hundreds, between all the carriers.
And were you able to narrow down the number of towers around the Premier gym area?
Yes, we were.
Okay, and approximately, are you showing me all those towers?
Yes, these would be the towers from 2014 for T-Mobile, just the one carrier. So in determining that general area, approximate area handset could be in, we certainly are aware of where those other cell sites are, because we know that, generally that effective range is going to be affected by where the other towers are. So we are aware of those, yes.
Could you zoom in just a little bit on the flag of Premier Gym and Fitness?
Mm-hmm.
And how many towers nearby that area can you see there for T-Mobile?
Right here, there's only one additional one, and that would be, and I'm sorry, I'll use the laser. That would be the cell site here.
So would you expect if someone's has a handset at Premier Health and Fitness that they would be communicating with one of those two T-Mobile towers?
Yes, I do.
Out of all the hundreds, Mr. Garcia's was communicating with that one right by Premier.
That's correct.
Thank you, Sergeant. I have no further questions.
All right, Jared, I have a question. Go sidebar. There's one follow-up question from the jury, Sergeant. Can other items that a phone is being used for cause it to come in contact with a tower besides phone calls or text messages? And I think the juror said, for instance, if they're using the internet, is it going to show up with this type of entry?
Yes, sir. Yes, in some cases. I'm sorry, is the answer here. I talked about one of the possible events being a data session in addition to the voice or text message. While yes, the phone making or having an established data session, which would be necessary for Facebook or surfing the web or any of those kind of things, unfortunately, we don't get that information from all the carriers. We do see data activity with AT&T, but we do not see it, for instance, with T-Mobile. So while yes, those do cause contact with a tower, we're not always able to see that information.
Ms. Norris, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Garcia?
I was
Okay. Magbanua? Any follow-up on this?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, remain under the rule. You'll be subject to recall. Only take 15 minutes? Either side need anything?
No, Your Honor.
Remember, I don't have any breaks here.
All right,
I'll
we'll
just
be in recess
continue on.
15 minutes.
All rise, court is back in session.
Be seated, please. Got an issue, Ms. Kappelman?
Just wanted to bring to the court's attention that the next witness is going to be Mr. Rivera. I anticipate that he will be a lengthy witness. I'm particularly anticipating a lengthy cross, but that being said, this is the last witness that I have brought for the day, and I don't want to be in a posture where I run out, so I was looking for a little guidance from the court. Would it be okay if we end with him today, even if it's a little earlier, or would your preference be that I get some more folks up here?
I don't have any doubt that he's going to at least take up the rest of the day.
Okay, I think so
Don't need
too. I
any
just
other witnesses. Right?
didn't want to get in trouble.
Is that all?
That's it.
Your
Okay.
Honor, before Mr. Rivera testifies, if I could make just some legal objections that I don't want to have to do in the presence of the jury.
You may.
The first objection that I'm going to have at this time is that it's our position that the state, even taking into light most evidence to them, has failed to establish it by a preponderance of evidence of conspiracy that involves Ms. Magbanua, so that at this point we would say that any co-conspirator hearsay statements should not be admissible, because the court is, I'm sure the court is aware that the contents of the statements cannot be used in determining if there's a conspiracy, and at this point it would be our position that they have failed to do so. That's our first objection, Your Honor. Do you want to rule before I move on to the second?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Oh,
You
I
say
was like, do you want me to wait for you to rule before I move on to the second topic?
certainly.
The second topic, judges, I'm just asking, I'll do an or tennis motion to compel in terms of if the state is aware of any change in testimony by Mr. Rivera in terms of what he's going to testify today, if they're aware of any statements that have changed, they are under an obligation under the rules of discovery to let us know before he takes the stand. So I would just ask if they are aware of any, they just let us know before he testifies. And that's the second thing, Your Honor.
Kappelman, it's the second issue.
The second issue, I'm aware of my continuing discovery obligation and my obligations under Brady, and I'm not aware of any new items to disclose at this time.
Okay. And let me say to counsel, when we break, I always ask if there are any issues from you. What I want you to do is bring up issues then, so we don't have the jury sitting back there waiting on us. The idea is we'll use our time to resolve issues while the jury's taking a break. So let's try to abide by that. If you have an issue, you know who's next. Let's take it up at the end of the testimony before we take a break while the jury's having their break. Let's have Mr. Rivera in, please.
The Latin Kings has entered the building.
Have a seat, sir. Let's have a jury, please.
Okay, let's go.
All right, everybody but the witness have a seat, please. If you'd face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn, please, sir.
You swear affirm testimony about giving this case the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am. Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please, sir. You may proceed, Ms. Kappelman.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, please say your name and spell your name.
Louis Rivera.
Slide forward a little closer to that microphone, please, sir.
Louis Rivera. Liusrivera. Can't hear you. Gotta tell me. Can't hear you.
Slide forward at all?
How old are you, Mr. Rivera?
36.
Are you currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you currently incarcerated?
Right now I'm in the feds.
With the feds?
Federal prison.
Okay. And are you serving a sentence currently for both this case and an unrelated federal case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you plead to in this case that we're here about today?
19 years.
All right, but what charge did you plead to?
Second degree murder.
All right, 19 years in prison,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're serving that concurrent with your federal sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
How long is the federal sentence?
12 and a half.
All right. And what did you have to do in exchange for your 19-year sentence in this case?
Cooperate.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know, there's somebody paying for push the button. Every time we move this thing, it pops up, so we need to not move.
And Mr. Rivera, if you could pull up just a little bit closer.
I mean, I've been having a problem with some of the other witnesses. It's not-
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, say something more.
All right, Mr. Rivera, you said that you had to cooperate in exchange for the testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what does cooperate mean to you?
Say nothing but the truth.
Has anybody told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Anybody tried to tell you what the truth is?
No, ma'am.
Anybody try to tell you any particular fact you need to include in your testimony in order to get,
Not at all.
okay, in order to get anything,
No, ma'am.
any benefit?
No, ma'am.
Did I ever have any private meetings with you before you decided to cooperate with law enforcement?
Not at all.
Did you have an attorney to represent you through the process where you cooperated and entered a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your lawyers ever tell you what you needed to say to get a deal?
No, ma'am.
Were you ever told that you had to implicate a specific person in order to get cooperation in this case?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than what we just discussed, the 19 years concurrent with the federal sentence?
No, ma'am.
Have you been promised anything on your federal case in exchange for your testimony here today?
Not at all.
Were you already serving a sentence on the federal case when law enforcement first came to talk to you about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also have pending violations of probation out of Miami, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
For possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have not yet been sentenced on that?
Not at all.
And is that up to a potential 15 additional years in prison?
I believe so.
And also a possession of cocaine with intent to sell, do you have that open as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that another additional 15 years of prison that you could potentially face once you're done with all of this?
Probably.
All right. And have you been promised anything in reference to those other charges out of Miami?
Not at all.
Where were you living back in 2014?
I was in Miami. I was living with Jessica.
All right. And was Jessica at 130 5th Street? 130 5th Street
Yes,
in North
ma'am.
Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
That sound right? Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Childhood. We grew up together.
And when you say that, was it like since you were what age?
Like 5, 6 around there.
Okay. Were your families close to each other?
They know each other.
Did you grow up in the same neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
Go to the same schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Run with the same crowd?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Mr. Garcia have any nicknames?
Just Tuto.
Tuto? What, have you ever heard the term Tuto Dade?
Tuto Day?
Yeah.
Nah.
What about, let me ask you, like back around the time that this crime occurred, 2014, how often did you hang out with Mr. Garcia during that time frame?
No, we hang out pretty close every day.
All right. And you mentioned a Jessica. Who's that?
That's my ex-baby mama. Well,
Your
my
ex?
baby mama.
She's the mother of your children?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's who you were living with around the time of this homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
What about Katherine Magbanua? Do you know her?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
Garcia's wife.
All right. And is he legally married to her?
That I knew, yeah.
You thought he was?
Yeah, I thought he was.
Okay. And do they have children together?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And does she go by any nicknames?
Just Katie.
Katie?
Yeah, we just call her Katie.
All right. And was Katherine Magbanua somebody around, and I'm referring to the time leading up to this homicide, say 6 months leading up to the homicide. Is that somebody that you would talk to on the phone?
No.
Katherine Magbanua?
Like speak to her?
Yes.
No.
Would you see her socially?
I'll see her because I got to see Aunt Garcia.
So when you saw her, would she always be with Garcia? Or did you have a separate relationship with her?
No, she would be with Garcia. I never had no.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to establish, did you have a friendship with her independent of knowing Garcia, or was she just Garcia's woman to you?
That was Garcia's woman.
Okay. How much time would you say you spent around the two of them socially, them like as a couple?
I mean, I was always around Garcia, but you know, everybody do their own thing.
Okay. Would you say you saw them socially more than 10 times in your life?
Yeah, of course.
Was the nature of Magbanua and Garcia's relationship such that they were always together, steady, or did they tend to break up and get back
They
together?
were on and off.
Do you know what their status was of their relationship at the time that Dan Markel was killed?
I don't think I knew that she was dating the dentist. That's about it.
You did not know she was dating the dentist?
No,
Or you
she
did?
was dating.
You did?
dating.
Okay, so they were kind of off at that time.
Yeah, they were off.
All right. I want to show you some photographs, which I've marked as states 45 and 46. Ask if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize states 45 and 46?
I think we were going out to the club that day.
Are these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are they photographs of? Let's start with 45, this one.
Me, Jessica, Duto, and Katie.
All right, and are these fair and accurate photographs of the four of you?
Yeah.
Is this a photograph taken when the four of y'all were hanging out socially?
Yeah.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 45.
Any objection?
None from the defense. None from Garcia.
All right, it'll be admitted.
Only objection, Judge, is there's no time frame that's been established for that photograph.
Do you have an idea when these were taken, Mr. Rivera? Do you have any time idea of when these photos were shown?
I can't remember. I can't remember.
Sometime prior to the homicide that we're here about?
Shit. Nah, I don't think so.
You think it could have been after?
Probably after.
Okay.
Objection?
I'll just rest my objection on that, Your Honor. He said he doesn't know when that picture was taken.
I'll overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 45.
And State's Exhibit 46, what is that a photo of?
Me and Garcia.
All right, and do you know when that photo was taken?
Nah, not really.
Okay, is that the two of y'all hanging out together socially?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and are the two of you, I guess if you know, what is your height? What is your height and Mr. Garcia's height?
I'm 5'4". He's like 6'1".
You're 5'4" and he's 6'1"?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that demonstrated in that photo?
Yeah,
Is that fair and accurate depiction of the difference in y'all's height?
of course. I'm leaning down a little bit, but he's tall.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce an evidence States 46.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, he indicated he wasn't sure when that photograph was taken. He also indicated,
You have a legal objection. State your legal objection, please.
he can't authenticate it.
All right, I'll overrule the objection, admit State's Exhibit 46. You may.
All right, Mr. Rivera, who's this on the far left?
Garcia. Katie.
Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
What about this one?
Jessica.
Jessica Rivera?
No, Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, I'm sorry. Is that your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
And this person?
Me.
States Exhibit 46, who's that?
That's me and Garcia.
Was there a time when Mr. Garcia approached you about coming to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that?
2014.
Okay. Do you know how long before the homicide it was that Mr. Garcia first approached you about coming to Tallahassee?
A few months.
All right. And what did Mr. Garcia say when he approached you about coming to Tallahassee?
He just said, I got a job. He gave me a job I gotta go do.
He said he had a job
Yes, ma'am.
and the job was in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he ask you to come with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask any questions about what the nature of the job was, why you needed to go all the way to Tallahassee or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Just as my best friend, and I trust him.
So you were automatically in to do whatever it was he wanted you to do.
Whatever you want to do over the road.
All right. Was money discussed as far as how you'd be compensated for this job?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
He was gonna give me some money. He said, take a ride with me over to Tallahassee and I'll give you some money.
Did he say how much?
At that moment, yeah, he did. 35.
All right. 35 what?
35,000.
You were going to get $35,000 for this job?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you have another conversation in the car on the way to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
How many trips did you make to Tallahassee?
Like twice.
All right. And were both trips with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anybody else in the car on either of those trips?
Not at all.
All right. Tell us about the conversation on the way to Tallahassee. Was this the first trip or the second trip?
This, the first trip.
All right. Tell us about that.
We were just taking a ride up there. My concern, I thought we were gonna go rob him. So.
Say that again.
And my concern, I thought we were gonna go rob him.
You thought you were coming to Tallahassee to do a robbery?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you assume that or did somebody tell you that?
No, I assumed I'm like, it was just a job.
All right. So you knew it was a job in Tallahassee and you assumed it was a robbery. Did you learn something additional about what it was on the way to Tallahassee?
Yeah, and the way coming up, like halfway there, he said we're gonna have to kill the man. For some
Said you were
kids.
gonna have to kill the man?
Yeah,
And what was the second part of what you said?
for some kids.
For some kids. All right. Anything else? What did that mean to you? Kill the man for some kids.
That's for a lady. I guess the lady wanted her kids back.
All right. So is this Garcia telling you this?
Yeah,
Did he have any information about who it was you were coming to Tallahassee to kill?
if you had information for who we coming to kill,
Yeah.
yeah,
What information did he have?
he had a piece of paper.
And where was the piece of paper?
He had it in his hand at that moment.
Okay. Did you see the piece of paper? Did you see what was on it?
Yes, ma'am.
What was on it?
A picture of the guy, what's his name?
Dan Markel,
Yeah, Markel.
the guy that y'all ended up killing.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the leading judge.
Overruled.
Is that the person whose picture was on the paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was there anything else on the paper other than a picture of Mr. Markel?
I think it was the address in it too.
Okay. And who was doing the driving on this first trip?
He was.
Okay. And during the time that he showed you this paper, was he behind the wheel of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know where the paper was stored inside the car?
It was on the side of where you drive out by the door.
Okay. Who was responsible for getting the car to go on the first trip?
He did.
Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, he brought the car.
All right. So you didn't, or did you accompany him to rent the car for the first trip?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what your phone number was at the time of this homicide?
I think it was like either 786. I think it was like 290. Can't
No,
remember.
your phone number.
My phone number?
Yeah.
Shit. Man, I had two phones.
If I say the phone number, would you be able to say that was correct or not?
Let me hear it, please.
305-570-8153.
Yeah.
That was one of your phone
That was
numbers?
one of my phone numbers.
And then I also have a 305-934-6615. Was that a phone number that belonged to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And was there one number in particular that, of those two, that you took to Tallahassee?
I don't remember which one I took.
Did you definitely take one of them to Tallahassee?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to ask you about the first trip. Do you know the date that you came to Tallahassee on the first trip?
I can't remember, but, no, I can't remember.
Okay, does June 4th through June 5th sound correct?
Yeah, it was around June. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's of the year 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so do you know, are you familiar with a ticket, a traffic ticket that y'all got in the area of Gainesville on that first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 81. You recognize State's 81?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the traffic ticket that y'all received on this first trip to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and this was in the car that was rented by Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Who got the ticket?
I got the ticket.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce an evidence of 81.
Any objection?
Not at all, Judge. Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted.
What was the ticket for?
Speeding.
Okay, and so you were doing the driving, at least in the Gainesville area, is that right?
Yeah, we had switched for a minute, and he told me to drive.
All right. Do you know what time of day you arrived in Tallahassee on that first trip on June 4th?
In the morning, like around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning around there.
Okay. And would it refresh your memory to let you know your traffic ticket was received?
Let me see.
I'm going to draw your attention to the top right corner of this traffic ticket. Indicates that you received a ticket at 9:12 a.m. in Gainesville, Florida. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
It does? When you came to Tallahassee that first time, did you have any guns with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what guns were in the car with you on that first trip?
We had 2 guns.
Okay.
238s.
238s?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did those guns come from?
One was his and one was mine.
One was whose?
Garcia's.
All right, and was that a gun that he acquired just for this trip or something he'd already had?
He already had it.
All right, what about the gun that was yours?
I bought it.
Where did you buy it?
In the corner.
On the corner, so it was an illegal gun purchase?
Yes,
or-
ma'am.
And which one of these guns, if either of them, ended up being the murder weapon in this case?
The one that I brought.
Right, the one that you purchased on the corner?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was before the first trip to Tallahassee?
That was the first trip.
All right, so what was the purpose of the first trip?
We came to scope them out.
Okay, were you intending to commit the murder on the first trip?
It was supposed to, but we couldn't find them.
All right, so when y'all came to do the first trip, was any money exchanged?
Nah, he had money.
Who did?
Garcia.
How much money did he have?
He probably had, I think, from $2,000 to $5,000.
Between $2,000 and $5,000?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you know where he got the money from?
The money he got it from the people that hired him.
All right, and who is that? Did he tell you?
Nah, he didn't tell me yet.
Okay. Did he give you any money on this first trip?
Excuse me?
Did he give you any money for this first
He gave me a
trip?
couple of $100.
Okay. How many nights did you stay in Tallahassee on that first trip? If you remember.
I'll say like 2 nights.
All
2
right.
or 3 nights.
Where did y'all stay?
In a hotel.
Okay. And did you interact with a man by the name of Shadrach Nobles in the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you came here to do the murder, but you couldn't find him. What did you mean by that?
We have followed him. And we
Followed
lost
who?
Markel.
All right. Where'd you follow him to?
Followed him all the way to a daycare where we kept losing him.
Okay. Where did you follow him? When you say you followed him to the daycare, where did you start following him?
Like, we had stopped by a park and watched him come out of his house.
So you knew where his house was located?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know where Mr. Markel's house was?
Garcia pointed his house to me.
Okay. Was that something that was written on the paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you said you pulled into a park and waited for him. Where was the park?
I was in the corner by a light.
Show you what I marked as safety unit 47. Recognize states 47?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a fair and accurate aerial map depicting where you parked that day waiting for Mr. Markel to follow him or scope him out?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce states 47.
Any objection?
No objection, Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted. You may.
Mr. Rivera, does this yellow dot here indicate where you and Mr. Garcia waited?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you, had you already seen Mr. Markel's home before you parked here?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And when he pulled out, did he pull out down this road right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when you're talking about the light, are you talking about this intersection?
Yes.
All right, tell me where you followed him. If he came down this way, where did y'all go?
Pulled right behind him, and he went straight.
Straight down through this light?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that when you followed him to the area of the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and when you say you lost him, where and how did you lose him?
He had pulled him to the daycare. By the time we made a circle, I guess he had pulled down and left. So we kept losing him.
All right, and when you talk about following Mr. Markel to the daycare on this first trip, who was driving when you all followed him to the daycare?
Garcia.
All right. You mentioned going by Mr. Markel's residence. Can you tell the jury exactly what kind of scoping out y'all did of Mr. Markel's residence on this trip?
Just driving through to see if we see his car, to see if there was somebody in the house, but we never got to see his car.
Did you ever pull around behind the house or go anywhere besides other than driving right in front?
Yeah, we went around the house.
Okay. Did you get out of the car?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Garcia get out of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
He got off, went behind the house, tried to see if somebody was in the house.
Who was supposed to be the shooter on this first trip?
I was going to be the shooter.
Did you make a suggestion to change the plan from shooting to something else?
Yeah, I found out for the kids. I ain't going to shoot nobody in front of no kids.
All right. When you saw Mr. Markel on the first trip, did he have his kids with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Why didn't the murder get done on the first trip? Is it because?
We lost him.
Okay. Did you ever observe Mr. Markel on the first trip where he was, I guess, separated from his children?
Excuse me?
Did you ever see him where he was in his car in his home and the kids were not around that first trip?
Nah, he always had his kids.
Did y'all discuss plans to, I guess y'all went back to Miami, correct? After the
ma'am.
failed first trip. And was there any plans discussed about when to come back?
No, ma'am.
All right, what about between the two trips? Was there conversation about the homicide or coming back to Tallahassee?
Excuse me, what two trips? The two trips?
Between the two trips, did y'all talk about when you're gonna come back or?
No, when we left that first night, we left. We didn't talk about it.
You did or did not?
Did not.
Okay. How did it come about that y'all came back?
He ended up calling me, he said, you gotta do the job. We gotta finish that job.
Okay. And did y'all return to Tallahassee on July 16th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you get to Tallahassee that time?
We rented a car.
Who rented the car?
I did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence of States 82. Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, ma'am.
There's the rental agreement where you rented this car?
Yes, ma'am.
With the green Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And whose phone number is this up here listed as brother? You know?
Can't remember.
786-372-5986.
I can't remember.
Who went with you to rent the Prius?
Well, it was me and Garcia. He waited for me in the corner. I went in, gave him $300. I rented a car.
Okay. Did you refer to Mr. Garcia as your brother?
Always.
Who drove to Tallahassee in the green Prius?
I did.
Where did y'all stay in Tallahassee on the second trip?
Same hotel.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 83. Recognize States 83?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is that the receipt from, I think this one is, it shows an arrival date of July 16th. Is that your information?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of what you filled out to register in the hotel here in Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States Exhibit 83, which is accompanied by a certification or declaration of authenticity by the folks at the Budget Inn.
Budget in.
Yes, sir.
Is there objection?
Just to confirm, this is on the July 16th, 2014, that's this one, correct?
Correct.
Okay, no objection from Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted. You may.
You arrived on July 16th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
This is your name and address, so forth.
Yes, ma'am.
What about this phone number? There's another phone number on here. You know who that belongs to? Is that a real phone number?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It's not a real phone number at all.
I want to talk about Thursday, July 17th. So you came, you spent the night at the Budget Inn, you woke up on Thursday, July 17th. What happened that day?
Woke up, took a ride to Markel's house. It's that Thursday morning. And went around the house. So we went around the house, we came back around, and we seen a lady walking through.
Mm-hmm. Where was the lady?
She was towards my right-hand side, towards his house. Markel's
Towards
house.
whose house? Towards Markel's house?
Mhm.
Okay. Was she in the street, on the sidewalk, or something
Sidewalk.
else? Okay. Did she have children with her?
Yes, ma'am, too.
All right. What happened when you saw this lady? Did she see you?
Yeah, she looked dead at the car. I was driving, and as I looked in my rear mirror, I seen her looking.
Mm-hmm.
So
What
I
happened next?
asked Garcia, what's up with this lady? Was she looking at the car? Yeah, that's that lady with the kids, man.
So you asked Garcia, hey, who's this lady that's looking at the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And he said, that's the lady with the kids.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you take that to mean?
That's the lady that wanted the kids.
The lady that wanted you to do this job?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you worried about seeing her there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you worried about her seeing you there?
Of course.
Were you concerned? Did you ever ask Garcia, who knows that I'm involved in this job with you?
I can't remember.
Can't remember that?
No.
Okay. What did you do once you see this lady and Garcia tells you that's the lady that wants this job done?
We drove off. We left.
Okay. Did Garcia make a phone call about seeing the lady?
Well, I'm looking to the rearview mirror and I seen her making a phone call. I seen
Okay.
her getting on the phone.
The lady that you saw on the sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then y'all drove off?
We drove off.
Okay. And did Mr. Garcia, after seeing that and driving off, did he make any phone calls?
After we done bent like the corner, he got on the phone.
All right. And who did he get on the phone with?
I believe he got on the phone with Katie.
How do you know it was Katie he got on the phone with?
Cause she like, the way he was talking, it's only her. He only talks to her.
All right. And what do you mean the way he was talking? How are you able to tell?
Like, when he spoke to her, she like, yeah, y'all get out of there. The lady just seen y'all.
All right. And so y'all were worried about this lady having seen you?
Oh, I was worried.
You were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able, you said that you believe Garcia called Katie. Could you actually hear her or you could only hear his end of the conversation?
I'm hearing his end of the conversation right now.
All right. And tell us about his end of the conversation. What did you hear?
He like, we just gotta go. Like, let's get out of here.
Okay. Did you learn anything about Mr. Markel planning to leave town?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We had to get the job done because he was supposed to leave that Friday morning.
How did you know that?
Garcia told him.
And how did he know that?
Katie told him.
And when Katie told him that, was that something that happened while you were present or something that he already knew before y'all arrived there?
No, I was present. I was in the car.
Okay. Did you post a picture on Instagram while y'all were in Tallahassee on that second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury about that?
There's a picture, an owl.
An owl, like the bird?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that a photograph that you took here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What happened after you posted this picture of an owl on Instagram?
Garcia came and told me, hey, you need to take that shit down. Just like that.
Garcia told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
And who told him that?
I believe Katie.
You believe Katie or you know Katie?
It's Katie. It's her.
Okay. So did Garcia get a phone call about the Instagram photo that you posted?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you present when he received that phone call?
I was outside. He came outside and told me.
He came outside and told you to take it down?
Yeah.
All right. And did you all have contact with that same gentleman that y'all saw the first trip, Shadrack Nobles? Did y'all see him on the second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Could you tell the jury about the circumstances of coming into contact with Mr. Nobles on the second trip?
Buying drugs.
All right. And was there an issue with your car as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury about the issue with the car?
There was an issue in the car. I was driving, and Garcia pulled a gun out and shot a hole right through the car.
All right. What gun did he shoot the car with?
Oh, the homicide one. The 38.
The murder weapon.
The murder weapon.
The gun that you bought on the street corner.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I assume that was an accidental shooting of the car?
Yeah, it was an accident.
Where did this occur? Were y'all in the parking lot or somewhere else?
I was driving.
All right. Did it disable the vehicle?
Of course.
All right. So what did y'all do as a result of the vehicle being disabled? And this is the green Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead and tell us what y'all did.
Well, the car had stopped because he hit the gas line. So pushed it right to the side of the road, so like a little parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
He left with Cedric to the AutoZone and got a little piece of hose to come fix it up. It only took him like about 10 minutes to fix it.
So Garcia got a ride with Mr. Nobles?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who fixed the car?
Garcia.
All right. Was he able to do that with whatever he bought at the auto parts store?
Of course.
And then it ran again after that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Nobles assist y'all with getting a hotel room that second night in Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right, I want to talk about what happened on July 18th, 2014. Who was driving the green Prius that day?
I was.
Where did y'all go when you left the hotel?
To Markel's house.
All right, and was Mr. Markel, was his vehicle there?
That's that Friday.
Yes, sir.
His vehicle, we had pulled, but we passed by. We didn't see it, so we went to the corner, the same spot of that park. We posted up and waited for him to come around. So once I seen him, we followed him
Where did you follow him?
all the way to the daycare.
All right. And did you see him drop his children off at the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you continue to follow him?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you follow him from the daycare?
To the gym.
All right. And are you still driving at this point?
I'm still driving.
And Mr. Garcia is the passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you continue to use your cell phones once you got into the area of Premier Gym?
No, I think the cell phone was off. I can't remember.
Okay. You don't remember whether you turned your phone off or not?
Yeah, I can't remember if it was on or off.
Okay. Have you seen the Premier Gym video?
I seen the gym.
And you saw the images of that green Prius circling around while Mr. Markel was working out in the gym?
Yeah.
And was that you in that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once Mr. Markel came out of the gym?
We followed him all the way back to his house.
And have you seen the images that were on the bus cameras?
If I seen the images?
Yeah, the video from the bus cameras.
Yeah, I seen them.
All right. And is that y'all both before and right after the murder of Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. On the way to the murder, I see only your car, the Prius, turning onto Benton Road. I do not see Mr. Markel's. Why is that?
We went the other. He went one way and we went the other way.
And what do you mean by that? He turned before you or after you?
He turned before me.
Okay. So he turned to get to his house another way and you turned on Benton.
Yes, the corner of his house.
Okay. That corner right there by the park?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so when you were approaching Mr. Markel's residence, was he coming from the other direction?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once the two of y'all were headed toward each other?
He pulled in and I pulled right behind him.
How close did you get up behind him?
Real close.
All right. And what was Mr. Markel doing when you pulled up behind him?
He was on the phone.
All right. Still seated in the driver's seat of his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened once you pulled into his driveway?
As soon as I pulled in, Garcia jumped off. He jumped out the car and went around. Not around, but in front of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Right behind his car and in front of the car I was driving. Went to the driver's side and shot him.
He shot Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
Twice.
Did you actually see Mr. Garcia shoot Mr. Markel?
Of course.
Were the shots close together?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe Mr. Garcia's shooting position, like how he was holding the gun?
One hand.
All right. Was it raised up or was it like a normal arm, pretty straight shooting position?
Raised up pretty straight.
Okay. And did Mr. Garcia, did you observe him touch anything did he have to go inside the garage to kill Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see him touch anything inside the garage?
No, ma'am.
All right. And when he shot Mr. Markel, can you tell the jury anything about how close the gun was to Mr. Markel?
Pretty close.
Okay. Would you say inches, feet?
Just inches away.
All right. Did you see Mr. Garcia go inside the house at all?
Not at all.
Did he take anything from Mr.
No.
Markel other than his life?
No, ma'am.
What did y'all do once Mr. Garcia shot Mr. Markel?
Got in the car and left.
And who was driving?
Me.
All right. Which way did y'all go?
The same way we came in.
All right. Up Thomasville Road?
Just they by the corner of the park.
Okay. So you turned at the corner by the park.
Yeah.
And then did you turn at the light?
Yes. Made a right and just left.
All right. Did y'all get on the interstate and head back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the person in the courtroom who shot Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point that person out and describe what he's wearing?
Garcia is wearing tux.
A tux?
Yeah.
What color is the shirt?
Blue.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant Garcia. On the bus video that we talked about a little earlier, in the moments after the homicide, there's some like animated movement that's seen in the passenger side of the Prius. Can you tell us what that was? What was happening at that time?
Oh, he's just trying to hide the gun.
Who was?
Garcia,
Where was he trying to hide the gun?
right in front of the passenger side.
Okay. And what was Mr. Garcia's demeanor like? What was he acting like when he got back in the car after killing Mr. Markel?
He was nervous.
What happened to the murder weapon in this case?
We dumped it
Where did y'all dump it?
in the lake.
All right, what lake?
And a bridge, ain't no telling. And one of them bridges.
All right, was it on the way between
And the way-
Tallahassee and Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to say exactly which bridge it was?
I can't remember.
But the gun was thrown into a body of water?
Yes, ma'am.
And who threw the gun into the body of water?
Garcia.
Did you ride around with law enforcement much later looking for this location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Have you seen the ATM images in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Shot in Safety Exhibit 42. You seen this before?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that?
That's me.
What's that?
Garcia.
What car is it?
The Prius.
The day of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing at the ATM?
I was just getting money out.
Why did you need to get money out if you got a couple $100 already for the murder?
We got ran out.
Y'all had run out of money by then?
Yeah.
Do you know which one of you had the first phone call once the murder occurred, you or Mr. Garcia?
Garcia.
And do you know when that phone call was made or where y'all were when the phone call was made?
We was driving back to Miami.
All right. And who was the first phone call? Did he receive a phone call or he made a phone call?
Shit.
If you know.
I can't remember right there.
And who was the first phone call with?
Katie.
All right. So Garcia either called Katie or got a call from Katie. And that was the first call that either of y'all made after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how do you know that that call was to Katie?
Because when he was speaking, he like, hey, the shit is done. She goes, I already know it's done.
All right. And when she said, I already know it's done, was that something that you heard or that Garcia told you?
I heard.
How were you able to hear it?
Because I'm in the car with him. The windows are up and she's on the phone.
So her voice was loud enough through the receiver that you were
Yes,
able to
ma'am.
hear her. And could you identify her voice as being hers and not somebody else's?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So tell us again what exactly was said.
He said, we already finished. He goes, I already know it's done.
All right. And then what?
And then we asked for the money, like, where the money at? So you'll get it tomorrow.
Who said you'll get it tomorrow?
Katie.
Who was responsible for getting the money?
I believe Katie.
All right. And you said, why do you say you believe Katie? Was it Katie or not?
Yes, it was Katie.
All right. And did you know where she was going to get the money from?
If I knew, not really, but we know the lady, Wendy, was paying it.
All right. So you knew that the job was being done so that Wendy could get her kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go with Katie to get the money?
No, ma'am.
All right. And when Katie said you'll get the money, what exactly did she say? I'm not sure you said
You'll
that
get the
yet.
money tomorrow.
You'll get the money tomorrow. And was that okay with you?
Not really. I mean, now the job is done. We should get the money today.
All right. Did y'all go back and forth about that a little bit?
Not at all.
All right. So she's going to get the money and you were going to get it tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you get the money the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
That's going to be Saturday, the 19th,
Yes, ma'am.
July 19th, 2014.
Yes.
Your financial records indicate that you went to Big Daddy's the night of the murder. Is that a place in Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of place is that?
Big Daddy, you got a bar and then you got a Flanagan's right next to it.
Okay. Is Flanagan's also a bar or is that something else?
It's together.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bar. It's a sport bar.
Is that a place that you hung out regularly?
Not really.
Okay. But you went there that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about Mr. Garcia? Did he go there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all spend some money that night?
Yes.
Were y'all celebrating?
You can't call it celebrating, but yeah, we spent some money.
All right, but you hadn't been paid yet.
No, not at all.
Okay, but you were anticipating getting some money the next day.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how much Mr. Garcia was getting paid for his role in this murder?
40 grand.
40 grand, and that's what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how much Katie was getting for her role in this murder?
The rest,
The rest of what?
the money,
How much money was it total?
100 grand.
100 grand?
Yes, ma'am.
That's how much the job was?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you learn that?
I asked Garcia, he's giving me 35 and he's getting 40. I said, how much is in total? He said 100. Katie get the rest.
All right. So you said that you got paid the next day. Tell us about that.
I was in a barbershop the next morning. I get a phone call from Katie. Hey, where's Tuto? Where's Tuto?
And Tuto is Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Katie, you talked to Katie on the phone that day.
Yes, I did.
And that was pretty unusual because y'all don't usually talk on the phone, right?
Yes, ma'am. We don't.
All right. And she says, where's Tuto? Did you know where Tuto was?
Objection, leaving.
Yes.
Overruled.
And where was Tuto?
And Shrimp's house.
And who's Shrimp?
Oh, his girlfriend.
Okay, so that's a woman that he was seeing around that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what did she say? Did she say anything about the money?
Yeah, she said he was gonna come get this money. I said, he is. He'll go get it.
All right, so she wanted to know who was going to come get the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to locate Mr. Garcia?
Of course.
And did y'all go get the money?
I didn't go get it. He went to get it.
You didn't get your money?
I was in a barbershop still. They brought the money to my house.
Okay, and did you go to your house to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was present when you went to your house and got your money?
Garcia and Katie.
All right, and is that the house that we talked about earlier that you lived at with Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you leave the barber shop, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And go to your house?
Yes.
Who gave you the money?
Garcia.
All right, and Katherine Magbanua was present as well?
She was there.
All right, and tell us about the money. How was it packaged?
It was in a brown bag.
Okay. Like a brown paper bag or a plastic?
A brown paper bag.
All right, and what about inside the brown paper bag?
It was like a little clear plastic, a plastic bag inside of it as well.
All right, and what was inside the clear plastic bag?
Money, all hundreds.
All hundreds?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you count the money?
No.
How do you know how much was there?
Because I trust them.
All right, so you were told it was 35,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And did it seem like about that much to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said it was all hundreds. Were they separated at all into stacks?
They were stapled.
Stapled.
$1,000 staple each one of them.
So stacks of hundreds stapled together with like a stapler?
Yeah, with a stapler. Not all of them together, but $1,000 each was stapled.
Okay. So you had a bunch of stacks of $100 bills that were stapled into stacks of 1,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is Anthony Ortiz?
That's one of my friends.
All right. Is that a person that would know how to find you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did Katherine Magbanua know Anthony Ortiz?
Yeah.
And do you know his number, or if I say his number, would you be able to say yes or no that that's his number?
Yeah.
305-762-0648.
That's his number.
All right.
064.
Did you get any additional money for this murder other than the money that you got in that brown paper bag?
Yeah, he gave me an extra $2,000.
Who did?
Garcia.
When was that?
In the car.
You say in the car. Was that the same day that you got the 35 grand?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of any purchases that Mr. Garcia made with his portion of the money from this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what purchases were those?
We just bought some toys,
Like what?
like cars, motorcycles.
What about you? Did you buy any toys?
Yeah, I bought a motorcycle.
I'm gonna approach with State's Exhibits 48 and 49. Let's start with 48. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
Let's go see his motorcycle and the Monte Carlo is his.
All right, is this a fair and accurate photo of the toys that he bought with the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 48.
Any objection?
Judge, if I may,
You might.
Pictures of the mothers.
I'm gonna object this to authentication. Mr.
Follow the rule, that's good.
No objection.
You might.
Mr. Rivera, there's a couple motorcycles in this photo. Did Mr. Garcia purchase both of those with the money?
Nah, just one,
Which one?
the yellow one. Yellow and black one.
This one in the front?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what about this vehicle back here? Did you purchase that with money from her?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 49, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that show?
Me and Garcia on the motorcycles.
All right, are those the motorcycles y'all bought with the money from killing Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's 49.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
There'll be a minute. 49 will be a minute.
Do you know what Katherine Magbanua did with her cut of the money?
Not really.
Did you dump your phone, the phone that you took to Tallahassee? Did you dump that phone after the murder?
Nah, I think I just changed the number.
Change the number? And did you change the number because it might have been associated with a homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened to the Prius?
Well, we turned it back.
Who turned it back in?
I turned it back in.
And was it turned in on time?
No.
Tell us about that.
Well, Garcia used it at night. We went out. He took the Prius, parked it somewhere around the house. He said he lost it. He said he didn't know where he put it at. So I had to go over there and look for it. Found it like a block and a half away from where he lived at, in Miami
Alright.
Beach.
Miami Beach?
Yeah.
And so the Prius was a few days late, right?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with a wire intercept, a T3 wire intercept that was done in reference to this case?
Not really.
Have you had an opportunity to review some recorded calls that were captured on a disc?
I heard it from one of my own girls.
Say that again?
I heard it before.
Okay, did you remember coming and listening with Investigator Newland to some phone calls and initialing whether or not you knew who the voices were on those calls?
Detective who? Newman?
Newland, Investigator Jason Newland. Did you meet with him?
Yeah, I met with him.
Okay, and did he play some phone calls for you? And the gist of that was asking you, can you recognize the voices on
Yes.
these calls? You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna approach with State's Exhibit 138.
We haven't seen this.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
All right, jury needs to take a break. We'll take 10 minutes. Let everybody be seated, please. You may proceed, Ms. Kaplan.
Rivera, when we broke, I was asking you whether you recalled having a meeting where you listened to some phone calls, recorded phone calls from this case to identify the voices. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach with what I've marked as State 179. Do you recognize this sheet?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your initial here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what about these check marks? What do these check marks indicate?
The voices.
All right, so on each of these letter phone calls, were you able to authenticate the voices that are highlighted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so for example, on call D, you were asked to listen to see if that's.
Move this into evidence, yes, and she's.
Overruled. Overruled.
So for example, on call D, you were asked to identify the voice of, there's two voices on there, and you were asked to identify the one that's highlighted, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the check mark indicate that you were able to identify the
Yes, ma'am.
highlighted voice? Okay. And on these calls, such as call K, there are two names highlighted there, Katie and Garcia. Does the check mark indicate you were able to authenticate both of those voices?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the ones that have check marks by Katie, is that referencing Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was her voice on the call?
Yes, ma'am.
And the ones that have Garcia, that's referencing Sigfredo Garcia's voice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and all the check marks indicate that you have authenticated those voices on those particular calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce case 179.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor. First, I've never been shown what Ms. Katherine is referring to, and if you want to go sidebar, I'll lay my other objections. Improper foundation.
Look, we'll go sidebar.
Mr. Rivera, I don't think I asked you, what is your nickname if you have one?
Tato.
Tato?
Yeah.
All right. And I want to take you back for a moment to the first trip to Tallahassee. Did Mr. Garcia engage in any phone calls with Ms. Magbanua during that first trip to Tallahassee?
Can't remember.
Do you remember giving a proffer in this case on October 4th, 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember giving some statements about Garcia having a lot of phone contact with Ms. Magbanua on that first trip?
Sustained.
I'm going to approach and show you the transcript of that offer. Ask you to read the question and answer. Are you able to read very well, Mr.
Can't
Rivera?
read, can't write.
All right. Judge, I'll ask for some guidance on that.
I don't
Sorry,
give
I don't-
guidance. I don't give guidance, Ms. Kaplan.
Okay, well, the question is, right, how do you know that?
I'm going to object to this. Happening in front.
Sustained.
All right,
Move on, Ms. Kaplan.
yes, sir. Do you have any recollection of any conversation, overhearing any conversation in which Ms. Magbanua was concerned about you and Mr. Garcia doing something stupid or messing it up?
Can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember any conversation that you were privy to where Mr. Garcia was telling Ms. Magbanua to make sure those people have the money?
Yeah.
When was that?
That was Friday after the murder happened.
Okay. Were there other conversations that happened on the first trip where the money was discussed?
No.
You don't remember Mr. Garcia telling Ms. Magbanua that they better have the money?
No, I don't remember.
Okay.
Slide forward a little bit more. I think you've got it backed up. a little bit.
I'm way in the mic.
Do you remember any conversation where Ms. Magbanua was indicating to Mr. Garcia where you could hear her saying, make sure you get everything done right. When you are done, call me?
Yes.
When was that?
That was the second trip. We was finna murder the guy.
And were you a member of this conspiracy to accomplish the murder of Mr. Markel?
Not at all.
You didn't have anything to do with it?
I mean, and yeah, he told me about it to go, but if you're saying if I got hired, no.
Well, you got paid, didn't you?
Yeah, from Garcia.
All right, so Garcia hired you to do a murder, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And who hired him?
The Addison family.
I'm sorry?
The Wendy family.
Wendy's family hired him?
Yeah.
Okay, and how was Wendy's family connected to Sigfredo Garcia?
Cause Katie was dating the dentist.
Okay, did Katie know about the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Katie have a role in hiring Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that?
Cause he told me.
And Katie got paid?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection is leading.
Sustained.
Do you know which member of the Adelson family? Do you know? Did you have any contact with any
No,
member
ma'am.
of the Adelson family? Did any member of the Adelson family ever pay you any money?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever have any phone calls with any member of the Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Text messages?
Nope.
Meetings?
No.
Any other type of communication?
Not at all.
Do you see the person in the courtroom that you say hired Sigfredo Garcia to do this homicide?
The only one seen is Katie.
All right, would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's wearing gray and black.
Let the record reflect the witness has
Ms. Katherine,
identified.
Would you put your hand down, please, Ms. Katherine?
Witness
It
has
makes it hard to hear you.
identified. Sir?
Makes it hard to hear you when you've got your hand up around
Yes,
your mouth.
sir. The witness has identified defendant Magbanua. No further questions.
Cross.
Give me a second to set up, Your Honor.
Certainly.
If I may proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Rivera.
Good afternoon.
Do you have any aliases other than your full legal name as Luis Rivera?
Yeah, Tato.
What about King Tato?
Yeah, King Tato.
And where is the nickname King Tato derived from?
King is from Latin king. And Tato is my nickname since I was a baby.
You're a Latin King legacy, right?
Yeah.
And I say that because you were born into being a Latin King, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And by being born into this organization, that means that you had family members that were part of the organization. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, relevance.
If I can explain, sidebar, Judge, it goes to material.
Proceed.
And Mr. Rivera, what was your title with the North Miami tribe of the Latin Kings when you got arrested in this case?
This case right here,
Or the federal case?
I was a leader.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's 5 designations of leaders in the Latin King organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's certain crowns, correct? There's like a 5th crown, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that called the secretary?
Yes, sir.
There's a 4th crown, which is called the treasurer.
Yes, sir.
There's a 3rd crown, which is called the enforcer.
Yes, sir.
There's a second crown that's called, I can't pronounce it, it's C-A-C-I-Q-U. The Primera, the first crown, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were.
Yes, sir.
The first crown of the North Miami tribe of the Latin Kings, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to being a local organization, well, it's not just a local organization, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There's Latin Kings throughout the state of Florida, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to the state of Florida, I believe there's 39 states in the United States where the Latin Kings have a presence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time of this incident in 2014, how old were you, sir?
I'm like 32.
32. And you had been the Inca or the first crown of the North Miami tribe since you were about 15 or 16, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many members of the North Miami tribe were there in 2014?
I mean, that's a question for real.
I'm sorry, sir?
That's a serious question.
I'm asking it.
There can be a lot, no doubt.
How many, if you remember, as the leader of this North Miami tribe, how many members of the Latin Kings were part of the North Miami tribe in 2014?
Probably like 100.
100.
Probably.
Does that include all of Miami or is that just North Miami?
That's just North Miami.
So including Miami, that number goes up. Is that correct?
Of course.
And as we move exponentially north and west and a little bit south, the numbers increase, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that there is a Latin King presence in Key West?
Yeah.
Broward County?
Yes.
Tampa?
Everywhere.
Okay. Everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm going to ask some specifics, and I apologize for cutting you off, but I just need to make sure I get my questions out. So St. Petersburg, yes?
Yes.
Because that's part of everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
Naples, correct?
Yes, sir.
Jacksonville?
Yes.
What about here in Tallahassee?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
Don't
Isn't
know.
Tallahassee part of everywhere?
Yeah, but I don't associate people in Tallahassee. Never been in Tallahassee in my life.
So just so I'm clear, when I asked you if there's
That
Latin
usually means you're going to repeat a question. Let's not repeat Mr. Singing.
So out of all the places in Florida that have Latin Kings, the only place that you're not aware if they have Latin Kings is here in Tallahassee. Is that your testimony?
Yeah, I mean, they got them, but I don't know nobody from Tallahassee.
So now you're saying that they have them, but you don't know them personally, correct?
They got them, but I don't know nobody in Tallahassee.
Well, do you think that they know you?
Maybe.
Okay. And that's because you're a leader in a substantially sized tribe of the Latin Kings. Is that correct?
Yeah, they don't know me, but they probably know my name.
So could you pick up a phone and call somebody and get information on somebody that's associated with the Latin Kings in, let's say, Jacksonville? Could you do that?
If you're the leader, of course.
Okay. And you were a leader, right?
Yes, sir.
So what about, could you pick up the phone and find out if there's people in Gainesville? You could do that as a leader, right?
Yes, sir.
Everywhere, right?
Everywhere.
Okay. Because in addition to being a local organization, it's a statewide and national organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been a leader of this organization pretty much your entire adult life, correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you become, what do you need to do to become a Latin King?
I was born into it.
What about, what is your definition of gangbang?
Gangbang?
Yes, sir.
Latin King is a family. First and foremost, a family. It's an organization that everybody take care of everybody. You take care of the neighborhood.
Do you recall if I ever asked you what were the things you had to do to become a Latin King? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Do you recall what your answer was?
No, I don't remember.
If I show you a copy,
you got to read it.
I got to read it?
Yeah, I can't read.
Let me ask you this. Did you tell me on January 31st, 2018, that to get initiated in the gang, you had just gangbanged? Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
And would it be safe to say that when I asked you to expand on what gangbanging means, you said surviving life? Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Does that include selling drugs?
Everything, I guess.
Okay. Did you sell drugs?
Yes, sir. I gotta survive.
And you did this to take care of your family, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to take care of the nation, right?
Yes, sir.
And when I say the nation, I'm discussing the Latin King nation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, would proceeds from your illegal activity go back to the organization?
Repeat that question again?
Sure, no problem. Would the proceeds...
What proceed mean?
Proceeds, like the money you make?
Okay.
Okay? If there's ever a time where I ask a question that you don't understand what I'm saying, let me know. And I'll clarify just so I'll make sure that everybody's on the same page, all right?
I'm doing it right now, sir.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm doing it right now.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. So proceeds means what money you make. So the money you made from your illegal activity, did you give it back to the nation?
It's a treasure. You put money in a treasure.
Okay. So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, let me ask it this way. Is there a manual or a book that your organization uses that has rules in it?
Yes, sir.
And does it go by the initials KMC?
Yes, sir.
Tell the members of the jury what those initials stand for.
You said KMC?
Yes, sir.
It's AKMC. Amor de Rey.
Okay. I'm sorry. I can barely understand what you're saying. Can you say that a little bit louder, sir?
Amor de Rey.
Okay. And is that English or another language?
That's Spanish.
Okay. And hence the name Latin Kings, correct?
Latin King.
And even though you can't read or write, can you translate from English to Spanish?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the members of this jury from English to Spanish what that means?
That means almighty. Almighty love.
Almighty love. And that's your rule book, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever heard it initialized as KMC?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what? Well, let me ask it this way: is there a portion in that with regards to a code of silence that your gang has to abide by?
Yes, sir.
So one of the principles that's in your rule book is that whatever activity you do within your organization should maintain within that organization. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And whatever activity that you do, if it's illegal, you're not supposed to talk about it, correct?
Of course.
Now, according to your book, the KMC, is there a punishment or a violation that one receives if you provide information against another Latin king?
What do you mean by that?
So let's say a buddy of yours, one of your brothers, let's call him King Anthony, okay? Let's say King Anthony did a crime and you helped the prosecution or you helped the police prosecute him. Would that be a violation according to your rule book?
Objection, relevance, and hypothetical.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Of course.
What would be your punishment?
I'm going through it right now. They're trying to kill me.
They're going to try to kill you.
Yeah.
So you'll agree with me that cooperating against a fellow king would result in probably the most serious penalty that you can have in your manifesto, correct?
Of course.
Loss of your life.
Yes, sir.
Now you have a tattoo designating your allegiance to your organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's on your stomach?
Yes, sir.
And it's the 5 points or the 5 points of the crown. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you still have that tattoo?
Yes, I do.
Are you still a member of the Latin Kings?
Nope.
When did you lose your membership?
When I went back to Coleman, back to the feds.
Okay.
2016.
When in 2016?
Right when I came over here to cooperate.
So at the beginning of your cooperation, which I would say late September, early October, does that sound about right, sir?
Yeah.
You lost your affiliation because you violated one of the rules in your Latin King manifesto. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you in general population at Coleman? I'm sorry. Let me ask the question this way. Where are you currently housed?
Arizona.
Okay. And that's in a federal facility?
Yes, sir.
And as the prosecution said, you are currently serving a 151-month sentence based on your agreement to plead guilty in a federal racketeering case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what racketeering, sorry. I apologize. Strike that question. And so as part of your federal sentence, you have been designated by the Bureau of Prisons, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your designation in the Bureau of Prisons is in a federal facility in Arizona, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you'll agree with me that for inmates that they're concerned for their safety and welfare, there's a special portion of the federal facility that they can put you in, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's called the SHU, right?
Yes, sir.
And the SHU stands for a special housing unit, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently in the SHU?
Not right now.
Okay. When you say not right now, I see that you're here in Leon County, right?
Yes,
So when you met not right now, prior to them bringing you over here, when's the last time you were in the SHU?
In Leon County.
I'm sorry?
In Leon County.
In Leon County. When you were in federal custody, were you ever in special housing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about in Arizona?
The Arizona, that prison I'm in, is called a drop-by yard, but it's called a PC, protected custody. That's what they got me at right now.
So are you in special housing in your federal facility?
No.
You're in general population, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have they had this, by they, well, let me rephrase that. You indicated earlier that if you testified against a Latin king, they try to kill you, correct?
Testify against anybody.
Well, I'm asking you testifying against a Latin king.
I think he answered your question. This thing in there. Do you have another question?
Yes, Judge. What is a KOS order?
KOS?
Yes.
KOS.
Right.
Kill on site.
Kill on site? Are you familiar with that?
I just said it, sir.
Have you ever given a KOS order?
No.
You're aware that at some point between September and November, the U.S. government put a wire intercept on your federal indictment investigation on your phone. Is that correct?
Yeah, they got caught. Yeah, I know.
And what I'm asking you is this. You know that the feds had you wired up for a month.
Yeah, I found out.
Okay. And you found out because, like in any criminal investigation, one of the things that they do is they show you the evidence that they have against you, right?
Yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me that in your federal investigation, you learned that for 30 days, the federal government listened to every one of your phone calls. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In October 2014, did you have, as a Latin king, an issue with members of the 400 gang that moved into Highland Village.
Yes, sir.
And in late October of 2014, did you, Luis Rivera, initiate a series of phone calls asking for assistance from fellow Latin King gang members? Do you
Yes,
recall
sir.
doing that? And do you recall that what you initially wanted to do, or what you asked your fellow Latin Kings, your brothers, to do, was to get armed up and come and help you deal with these other gang members? Is that correct?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Have you ever been involved, other than the case that we're talking about, have you ever been involved in the distribution of narcotics?
Objection, relevance.
Let's go side first.
May I inquire, Judge?
You may.
Mr. Rivera, did you sell drugs in the year 2012?
Yes, sir.
What drugs did you sell in the year 2012?
Weed and cocaine.
Did you sell drugs in the year 2013?
Probably my whole life.
So would it be fair to say that from your teenage years up until your arrest, you were involved in the distribution of narcotics?
Yes, sir.
And I know this because we've spoken about it. It was initially just weed, right?
Yes, sir.
And as you got older, you started selling powder, right? Have you ever committed an armed robbery?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember ever giving me an answer different than that?
I can't remember.
Now, you said that you can't read or write, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the difference between the words yes and no?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Judge?
He said he can't read. You're not going to give him something to read.
Judge, it's just to differentiate between the words yes and no.
No. Proceed.
Do you recall taking a deposition with me on January 31st, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that deposition, I was there and Ms. Kappelman was there.
Yes, sir.
And there was a person that's called the court reporter that was taking notes of what you were saying.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to refer to line 22 and 23. I asked you, have you ever committed an armed robbery? And your answer was no. Now, today, when I ask you that, your answer is now yes.
Question is, do you recall that question and that answer?
Do you recall that
Be
question and that?
proper impeachment.
Do you recall that question and answer?
I can't remember.
Once again, Your Honor, I would ask to be able to show the witness.
Move on, Mr. Singer.
So you indicated you have committed armed robberies, right?
Yes, sir.
And you gave a statement to law enforcement, I believe October 4th.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were through with your question.
No, Judge, on October 4th, 2016. You remember that? Let me kind of refresh your recollection. You're sitting there, you got your lawyer, Mr. Collins to your right, you got Detective Isom on your left, and you got an FBI investigator, Mr. Sanford, directly in front of you.
I got my lawyer. Who to my right?
Chuck Collins.
I think it was David Collins.
Oh, so you do remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to refresh my memory too.
Is David the older or the younger gentleman?
David is the father.
Is the father. Okay. So you had David Collins to your right. You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're sitting at a table, right? And you remember that they told you that they videotaped the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So would it sound about right that this whole videotaped statement that you gave on October 4th, 2016, in the presence of your lawyer, with Detective Isom, Detective Stanford, took about 2 hours long. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you also remember that during that videotape statement, you called yourself a jack boy? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's a jack boy?
A jack boy is that rob drug dealers.
Rob drug dealers. Now, when you rob a drug dealer, do you rob them on the streets or do you go to their house?
Go to the house and take their dope.
Because drug dealers don't keep their dope out of the streets. It's usually stashed somewhere in their house, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask serious questions with regards to these. I mean, do you knock on the door and say, excuse me, can I have your drugs? Does it work like that?
No.
So would it be fair to say that when you go in there, you have the intention to either use force or intimidate by using or intimidate with the use of force?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would it be a fair statement to say that you do this while you're armed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what would be the weapon that you would most likely use during a robbery of a drug dealer?
A handgun.
Okay. And what happens if you go in and you ask well, let me ask you a question. Do you knock on the door or do you kick down the door?
I knock on the door.
You knock on the door?
Yeah.
Okay. And when they open the door, what do?
You give me everything.
Okay. And do you set up surveillance before you do these robberies?
No.
No. Okay. So do you care whether or not if there's kids in the house when you're committing an armed robbery of a drug dealer?
I do care if the kids in the house, and when I do rob somebody, there's no kids in the house.
But you just told me you don't do surveillance, so how do you know?
Because there ain't gonna be no kids in the house. We know the guy we're gonna rob. That's it.
You know the guy that you're going to rob,
Yeah.
but yet you didn't do any surveillance, right?
Ain't no kids in the house.
So you're telling me every time you hit a drug dealer, you knew whether or not that there were kids in the house because you have those moral standards?
Yes, sir. I never hit nobody with no kids in no house.
And you're saying that under oath to this jury?
Yes, sir.
And you understand what being under oath is, correct?
Go ahead, explain to me.
I mean, at the beginning, you raised your right hand, you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm sure as your lawyer has advised you, there is a penalty for lying under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever lied under oath?
No.
That's not a proper question, Mr. Singer.
Let me ask you a question. Do you recall when you pled guilty in federal court, there was a document called a factual proffer? Do you recall that?
Yeah, I heard it.
May I approach, Judge? No. May I approach, Your Honor?
What purpose is it to show somebody can't read a written document, Mr. Singer?
Judge, it's got his initials on it. It has his signature.
All right.
It's got a date.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2.
But we already have a Defense Exhibit 2 unless we're going to do separate documents for Garcia.
It's under Garcia,
Magbanua.
Judge. I apologize. It's been marked as Garcia number 2. Do you want me to change that, Your Honor?
That'll be okay for now. We can discuss that later.
Now, you indicated that you can't read, but you know what your name looks like, right?
Of course.
Whose name is that right there?
My name.
Okay. Is that your signature in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, your initials
Yes, sir.
on page 1? Are these your initials on page 2?
Yes, sir.
Are these your initials on page 3?
Yes, sir.
Are these your initials on page 4, sir?
Yes, sir.
And whose signature is that?
Mine.
And can you read numbers?
Yeah.
What number is that?
11, 6, 15.
So on November 6, 2015, is that the day you gave your factual proffer?
Yes.
Are these the signatures? Is that your name? And these are the initials?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Judge, I'll move Defense Exhibit 2 under Garcia into evidence.
Sir.
Objection, hearsay.
for impeachment purposes.
I'll sustain the objection. At this point in time, I fail to see the relevance, but move on, Mr. Stangenet.
Do you recall me asking you if you had the crimes associated with your factual proffer on your record?
Yes, sir.
And you told me that even though it's on your record, that you didn't do some of these crimes. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll tell you that.
You told me that, right?
Yeah.
And the document that I just showed you, did your lawyer, when he went over it with you, indicate that there's a portion that says, I agree with all the facts set forth in the factual proffer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also, when you took your plea of guilty in front of a federal judge, did he read this factual proffer to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, he
Okay.
did.
Word for word, right?
Not word for word, but he told me, he explained to me.
Okay. And in
Sustain the objection, Mr. Stangenet. Let's move on.
which objection, Your Honor?
I've found it's not relevant. Move on.
Give me just 1 second, Judge.
Sure.
All right. All right. Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry, Mr. Rivera, have you ever used your position as a leader in the Latin Kings to recruit other Latin Kings to help you further any violent crimes?
Yes, sir.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes,
You can
sir.
answer that.
Well, I got a question for you. I'm here for another
Well,
indictment.
Judge, with all, sorry, Judge, I'm objecting to the witness asking questions of the attorney.
Ask another question.
So if you could answer that, the question that I just asked you, if you,
Ask your question again, please.
sure, no problem. Mr. Rivera, have you ever instilled the use of other Latin Kings to further any kind of violent criminal act?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in the 1 month that your phone had a wire intercept, you attempted 3 separate violent acts reaching out to other fellow Latin Kings. Isn't that correct?
Objection, relevance.
I'll overrule the objection.
So you can answer that question.
Yes, sir.
So in a 30-day period.
You've asked it once.
Thank you,
He's
Judge.
answered it
Yes, sir.
once. We don't need to do it twice.
No problem, Judge. Thank you. And in the future, if I refer to other fellow kings, is every fellow king have the word king prior to a nickname or a designation?
Yes, sir.
So the person that you were talking about earlier, Anthony, was it
Torres.
Anthony Torres, did he have a king name?
Jíbaro. Jíbaro.
And is he still alive?
He's dead, sir.
Did he die here in South Florida?
I was in prison when I found out.
Do you know where he died?
Nah.
Do you know how he died?
I heard motorcycle accident.
And this is the individual that you're claiming you called to find my client when Katie called you, right?
Yes, sir.
Katie is Sigfredo's wife, as you described her, right?
Yes, sir.
She has his numbers, right?
Yes, sir.
You have his numbers, right?
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, Sigfredo had multiple phones at all times, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's get to June 4th. Okay? Or let's get to June 3rd. Do you remember what time Sigfredo came up to you and told you that he had a job for you in Tallahassee?
That was late night, maybe like about 10, 11 o'clock at night, somewhere around there.
Okay. And what time did you guys hit the road?
Excuse me?
What time did you guys get on the road?
Right away.
Right away. Okay. So let's just go ahead and say around 11 o'clock. Does that sound about right?
Maybe. I can't really remember the time, but I'm saying like between 9 to 11, it was out the way.
Okay. 9 to 11 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And this is when Sigfredo Garcia came to you with a rented, was it a Nissan?
I think it was.
Okay. But you didn't rent the car there that day, correct?
Nope.
And he came to you and told you you had a job, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when did he tell you you had that job?
In my house.
Okay. And from there, and you went and you got a gun, right?
I can't remember if it was the same day or not.
Well, let me ask it this way. You had guns at your disposal, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're a Latin king. You can call. Did you have your own personal firearm?
No, I went and bought one.
Let me see if I didn't ask that question correctly. Did you have your own piece? Did you have your own firearm for your own protection prior to the day?
I always kept one.
You always kept one?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had your own gun, right? Luis Rivera's gun, right?
Yes, sir.
But you chose not to take that gun because you wanted to find another gun. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Because wouldn't that be a smarter thing to do? Have a firearm if you're going to commit, whether it's a home invasion or a murder, that nobody knows is yours, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, did you call one of your Latin King brothers to get a gun?
Nope.
Where'd you go?
To the corner.
To the corner, like in the hood?
In the hood.
Okay. And so you got a gun from a guy in the corner. White guy or black guy?
Black guy.
Black guy. So a black guy in the hood, you walked up to him and said, I need a piece, right?
Yes, sir.
Would it be safe to say, well, let me ask you this. In your Latin King manifesto, does it talk about not involving non-Latin kings to ensure integrity within your organization?
Are we here for the murder case or for the Latin King case?
I think it's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Okay, so answer my question. Don't answer my question with a question.
It's not. What you talking about? You keep talking about the Latin Kings, where it ain't got nothing to do with
Well,
the
hold
murder.
on, but
murder.
you're King Tato, right?
Yeah, but it don't got nothing to do with the murder.
According to you, right? Because if you were,
Wait a minute, stop. Ask another question, just think of that. Answer the question.
Is there a portion of the Latin King manifesto which suggests that if you were to buy a gun to commit a crime, you'd buy it from another king to make sure you don't get in trouble?
No. You can buy it from wherever you want to buy it from.
You've been a leader of this organization since you were 15 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so you understand, I mean, you're cooperating now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you understand there's informants and cooperators everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Could be a stranger, could allegedly be your best friend, right?
Yes, sir.
So instead of calling one of your 100 gang member brothers, where you are the king of the castle, the lion of the jungle, you choose to go to the hood and ask the stranger for a gun. That's your testimony?
Yes, sir, because they don't got nothing to do with what I'm about to do.
So you go and you get this firearm. Does the gun come with bullets at least?
No.
You have to buy bullets separately?
Yes, sir.
All right. Kind of like a toy without batteries?
Yeah, you can say that.
So where'd you go buy the bullets?
In a gun store.
So you didn't ask the same guy in the corner to throw you some bullets in?
No.
Okay. So you go to the gun store and do you buy a pack of bullets?
Single bullets.
You buy single bullets? And is this regulated by the person that owns the firearm store?
No,
No? So you can just go buy bullets, you don't have to give ID or anything?
never gave my ID.
And you bought a single bullet?
Now we bought a few bullets.
You bought 3 bullets.
A few bullets, like
I'm sorry,
like 15 bullets.
I
Oh, you want me to give you the
misunderstood.
number correct?
Well, it's kind of hard to hear you sometimes. So 15 bullets?
Yeah.
Did you call Garcia and ask him if he needed some bullets too?
Oh, he was with me.
He was with you.
Yeah.
Do you know what time it was that you went to the, so Garcia was with you when you went to the hood to get the gun?
No,
Okay. Which car did you use to go to the hood?
my car.
What kind of car is that?
I had an old Mercedes.
An old Mercedes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you drive your own car to the hood. At this time, you already knew you needed the gun to commit whatever crime you thought that you were going to do, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you chose, and Garcia's right there with the rental car, right? Right?
When I bought the gun?
Right.
When
I
I
mean-
bought the gun, he was with it. Come on, come back. Come
Okay.
back with me, man.
After Garcia told you he had a job to do, how long after that did you go get the gun? Immediately?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I think I told you that already.
Well, I'm just trying to create a timeline.
Yeah, but you going back and forth trying to confuse me. We're not gonna do that. Just come on.
I'm not trying to confuse. I'm trying to ask a very simple question. He tells you you have a job, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. You assume this is a violent job, right? That's going to require you to get a firearm, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you go from where you live. Are you living with Jessica at the time, or are you on your Miami Beach house?
I live with Jessica.
Okay. So you go, it's 135th Street?
Yes, sir.
So where'd you go? The Pork and Beans? Which hood did you go to?
It's right around the corners. I live in the hood, man.
Okay. So you go down the street in your car, right?
Yes, sir.
And you buy a firearm.
Yes, sir.
And then you come back and get in the car with Garcia, and then you go buy bullets?
Now you confused me right there, though. I think I'm with Garcia in the car. I
Okay.
can remember. I
Okay.
can remember.
Okay, now you can. Okay. So after you get the bullets, do you guys head up north?
We got the bullets the next day, man.
Okay.
Let me refresh my memory. You going back and forth.
No,
on
listen, take your time. Take your time.
me. We got nothing but time. We got 19 years.
Can't take that long.
Thing. Ask a question.
Come on.
You got a citation on June 4th in the morning, right? The prosecution showed you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you get the gun on June 3rd or June 2nd?
I already had the gun going up there.
That wasn't my question, sir. My question is, after Mr. Garcia allegedly told you about this purported job, you said that you went to get a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he tell you about this job the night of or the day before you left going north?
No, the same night he told me about it.
Okay, the same night. So you went down the corner, got the gun, and then got your bullets and then headed up north, right?
Yes, sir.
You testified originally on direct examination that he drove, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the prosecutor showed you a ticket, and then you said, well, we had to switch out, right?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony? Well, let me ask you this. Were you and Garcia drinking on your way up north?
Every time?
Every time, okay?
That's snorting coke.
Okay, well, that's what I'm getting to. And you and Garcia were drinking and driving, right?
Yes, sir.
Snorting cocaine?
Yes, sir.
Who was snorting more coke, you or Sigfredo?
Sigfredo.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia, I apologize, sir. Mr. Garcia, who was doing more coke, you or him?
Him.
Okay, like a little bit or a lot more?
Just a lot, not a little bit more.
A little bit more. How much cocaine did you and Mr. Garcia go through from Miami to Gainesville?
Can't remember.
And a gram?
I can't remember.
2 grams?
I can't remember, sir.
How much did you take up there?
I don't remember.
About an 8-ball sound right?
Maybe a little bit more, probably.
Okay. So a little bit more than an 8-ball is how many grams?
3.5.
So 3.5 is one 8-ball, so you took a little bit more. So let's say, would about 5 grams sound about right?
Probably.
So it's your testimony that as an experienced gang member, you get in a rental car.
Sounds like we're about to repeat what's been said. Let's saying that. We're not going to keep repeating everything twice. Let's move on, please.
Okay. In the car that you were driving, you had been drinking alcohol. There were little alcohol bottles.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you got pulled over by the police, you were driving, right? Obviously, you got the ticket, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you check to see if you had any remnants of cocaine powder on your nose?
Not at all.
What about Mr. Garcia? Did you look to see if he had any remnants of cocaine on his nose?
No.
And in the car are 2 firearms?
Yes, sir.
I don't remember what number exhibit this is.
Is it mine?
This is, I was gonna introduce it, but you introduced it before me.
Is it the ticket?
Yes, no problem. The government introduced this in evidence. I don't recall what, the exhibit number is, Mr. Rivera.
81.
Government's exhibit 81, which is gonna be popping up on the screen, is a copy of the citation.
Yep, is it?
There we go. Your name is Luis Manuel Rivera, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The location on your driver's,
I think this will be better. Sorry, Judge. The location on your driver's license as your address is 1805 Normandy Drive, apartment 3. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's in Miami Beach, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How long had you lived in Miami Beach?
My whole life.
You were born April 25th, 1983.
Yes, sir.
You're a Hispanic male and you're 5'4".
Yes, sir.
And the citation is going 90 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in conjunction to all the things that I've already described, the firearms, the drugs, the empty bottles, you were going 90 miles an hour at 9 o'clock in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the officer that pulled you over is a Florida, it was a FHP, Florida Highway Patrol?
I think so.
At any point, did he ask you to exit the vehicle to determine if he needed to conduct field sobriety exercises?
No, sir.
Did you smoke any marijuana in the car?
No, sir.
Did you take any marijuana with you?
No, sir.
So it's you and Mr. Garcia in a rental car with all the contraband we discussed, and Trooper Downing just issues you a citation for speeding, correct?
Yes, sir.
and it was at 9:12 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, that citation took place on a mile marker in Gainesville, right here. I-75 northbound, mile marker 374. Is that correct? Let me go ahead and zoom that in for you.
He's telling me where to go. I don't even know where I was at.
And who's he?
Garcia.
Garcia.
Did he have his GPS on his phone?
In his brain.
in his brain. Had you ever been up to Tallahassee with Mr. Garcia before?
Never in my life.
And it was your testimony earlier that Mr. Garcia never utilized his cell phone GPS. Is that correct?
No.
And as you indicated to the members of this jury, he was right next to you. If he was using his phone, you would have been able to see that he was using his phone for GPS, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was able to get you not only from Miami, Florida to Tallahassee, but to drive around in Tallahassee to the appropriate locations. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know roughly how far mile marker 374 is from Gainesville to Tallahassee?
No idea.
After you received this citation, who drove? Did you continue driving?
Yes, sir.
And so from at least Gainesville to Tallahassee, you drove the rest of the way.
Yes, sir.
Did you guys still have the alcohol bottles in the Nissan after you got pulled over?
Yeah. It was in a brown paper bag.
Brown paper bag. You didn't think to throw it out afterwards?
No, it didn't cross my mind.
How many drinks would you say that you had consumed?
I can't remember that.
Was it one?
I can't remember that, sir.
Was it two?
Move on, Mr. Sigfredo.
What about Mr. Garcia? Were you watching how many alcoholic beverages he was consuming?
Not at all.
How many alcoholic beverages, how many little bottles did you guys buy?
About a bunch. I just can't remember how many.
Give me a rough estimate of what a bunch
I can't
is.
remember how many, sir.
Multiple? That means more than two?
Of course, it's more than two, but I can't remember how many.
And do you remember how long it took to drive from Miami to Gainesville?
I know it took a couple of hours. I mean, a bunch of hours. I don't remember though.
And during that time, did you guys consume all the alcoholic beverages that you had from Miami to Gainesville? Or did you have more alcohol after you got pulled over?
No, I think we had drank them all already.
So when you get to Tallahassee, and you're still driving, right?
Yes, sir.
Where do you go on June 4th, the same day of the citation?
We went straight to the hotel. Then we went to go rent a hotel that day.
You went to rent a hotel. Okay. And did you pick the hotel, or did Mr. Garcia pick the hotel?
Garcia picked the hotel.
Do you remember which exit you guys took off the highway?
No, sir.
You were driving though, right?
Yes, sir.
And how much of the cocaine did you have left? Do you remember?
No, I can't remember.
You think you had burned through most of it?
Probably.
And would it be a fair assessment to say that you hadn't slept all night?
Yeah, I ain't sleep.
Okay. And the night before, you didn't know that this was going to be occurring, right? You found out that night, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you had been up all day and all night?
Driving.
Correct. And you consumed multiple alcoholic beverages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you and Mr. Garcia had consumed multiple grams of cocaine. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So it's also your testimony that somewhere after Orlando, that Mr. Garcia, according to you, tells you that this is a homicide, right?
Is that first trip or the second trip?
First trip,
Okay.
right?
Yes, sir.
That's when you find out it's a homicide.
I just want to make sure, sir.
Okay. And it's your testimony to these jurors that he told you that he was going to give you either 30 or 35 stacks, right?
Yes, sir.
It's also been your testimony to this jury that you believed that he thought that you were going to do the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, your testimony is that you did not do the shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you still receive the same amount of money?
Yes, sir.
So for not committing the act that you were hired to do, right? Because it's your testimony that Sigfredo Garcia, Mr. Garcia, hired you to commit this murder, not to be your tag along, that he still paid you the amount of money that he told you that he'd pay you at the beginning, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he didn't tell you, hey, listen, I thought you were going to actually do the murder and I had to do it. So I'm going to give you, man, I'll give you 10 stacks for 2 rides, right?
Yeah.
So you got $35,000 for 2 rides from Miami to Tallahassee,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
When you find a good stopping point, Mr.
I can stop right now.
I think the jury's probably had enough for the day.
Yes, Judge.
I wouldn't say stop right this moment, just find a good
Absolutely.
stopping
If you
point.
think the jury's done for the day, we'll pick back up tomorrow. My pleasure.
It's just a decent.
That's
stopping
fine.
point.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think probably reach a point where things hard to keep your concentration. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you. 8:45 tomorrow. I guess we probably know the drill pretty well by now. We'll see y'all in the morning.
Thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'll be streaming day 4 tomorrow if anybody's interested. Have a lovely day and stay blessed.